Hello, hello. My name is Scallybags. Welcome back to the stream. Today, I've got a little bit of a scheduled stream planned for us. We're going to start out with some reaction videos. I've got a whole bunch of videos saved that I thought would be interesting for the channel and would make some good content, good reactions. And then, of course, viewers are welcome to send in videos that they would like me to react to. So, let's get into it. Okay, so I was thinking this video, why Ashes of Creation is good and pirate software. Hold on. Let's go back. I haven't watched all the way through this video, but I thought it would be interesting for the channel because, you know, it's MMO related. So, I figured we'd take a look at it. Why Ashes of Creation is good and pirate software sucks at the game. We'll see. There's been a lot of pirate software controversy lately, a lot of drama surrounding him. I don't really want to get into it too much, but I'm happy to laugh at him being bad at the game because I'm bad at every game I play. Let's get into it.
I've had a few friends ask me why I haven't been making WoW Classic content recently. And, well, long story short, I got tired of Season of Discovery. The content dried up, and the focus of the Classic team is clearly on Hardcore right now, and that's a game mode that I really don't enjoy because PvP is so limited. I watched a few content creators from the WoW Classic community play the Ashes of Creation Alpha, and while the game looked janky, what I saw was the same combat system as WoW Classic. And between the combat system and the idea of being
Is this the same combat system as WoW Classic? Is it just the combat system of WoW Classic with the targeting wherever you're looking turned on? I haven't tried that yet, but that if this is true that the combat system's the same, then I guess you would have to say that's kind of an outdated combat system. I mean, I like the combat system. I've been recently playing it as a new player. And the combat system in WoW Classic, it's fun. It works. And maybe this is the right call. Maybe if it's not broke, don't fix it. I don't know. We'll see what comes out. The game has always looked interesting to me. I do think that WoW needs, like, there is going to be a successor to WoW eventually, right? Right now, WoW is still number one. But eventually, somebody will become the next big MMO. I know Final Fantasy XIV is arguably had that spot for a while, too. But I don't know. We'll see.
in a semi-private, fresh realm that would wipe a few times.
Let's get
before
this
the game releases. It was something that I couldn't pass up.
quality turned up here.
On games before they're solved, and it's one of those things that really attracted me to Season of Discovery. It was the opportunity to use my own wit to win, rather than relying on a BIS list or some 20-year-old guide that would tell you how to play the game. To me, that's the whole idea behind
That is
Season
true.
of Discovery. Reliving those feels of playing an MMO for the first time as a kid, but this time with the experience.
I think that playing a game with a guide ruins the game. So, like, I've been playing WoW for the first time recently on stream, and I'm not gonna look up anything online for, like, I don't know. It's just I gotta ask people in game, like, how to do things. Like, it adds to the experience if you play the game, especially an online MMO, in the way I feel like it's more intended. Obviously, wiki stuff, if you like it, it's good. You know, it's got a lot of good information, but I don't know, man. Let's see.
Gained from years of gaming. The opportunity to make content around my experiences and express the things that go into my brain when I'm playing these games is something that drives me to make these videos. Yeah, Ashes of Creation is expensive, but there's nothing quite like a fresh PvP game, especially one that mixes the elements of a survival crafting game like Last Oasis with the RPG, character progression, and combat of World of Warcraft. Needless to say,
The crafting element, I think, is like one of the biggest things that makes me want to try this game, because it gives you a reason to work with other players to build a city, and that city is something that you all collectively work towards, but other players and other cities can go to war against you. And if we're talking about like interesting in-game, like personal conflicts, personal politics between like player to player and faction to faction, guild to guild, I think the idea of having these cities that you build collectively and then you can actively go to war with each other is a good thing. It's just a huge scope that this game's not coming out for like at least another 10 years is my guess. I don't know.
say I was sold. So I went and swiped the Debbie, got my access to the alpha, and began my journey into this janky new age MMO. Through a few guild merges, I ended up in the Guild Federation on the Linux server. Instantly, I knew this was the right spot. Fed is full of gamers with similar backgrounds, and everybody likes to have fun, make fun of each other, do the things that we as gamers love to do. Before I knew it, the servers were wiping, and we were applying our newfound knowledge from the first alpha to the second alpha, racing to level 25 and trying to compete for resources on the server and craft up the best gear. What I didn't know at the time was that we were rolling on a server with the game's largest streamer, who many of you may know as Thor or Pirate Software.
Here we go, chat. This is where it gets interesting. The drama comes out.
Now, I'd seen this guy's YouTube shorts plenty over the past year. He's known for selling basic career advice as IRL hacks and exploits, while sharing his love for game dev and behind-the-scenes industry knowledge with his fans. He's nailed his niche as a peddler of knowledge. I generally like his content, and I never really had a problem with Thor.
Yeah, I mean, before all the controversy came out, I'd been watching him. I thought he was entertaining. I thought his takes on like game development were interesting. Something I'm interested personally in, and so I've watched a lot of game development YouTube. I've been working on my own little projects on the side, and I found his commentary interesting. But now, following all this drama, it's just like, I don't know. You never know what to think, because the internet is it's full of a lot of just misinformation.
Until I witnessed how he reacts to competition in a video game. After an incident where he was forced to compete for mob tags like your average Joe in the game, he couldn't handle the heat and threw a temper tantrum, which resulted in him blacklisting the Federation and promising to, quote, wipe us off the server.
You guys are making a great showing for your guild. It's going to be really fun wiping you off the server. Have fun with that.
It was at this point that my view of
Yes, I did mute myself. Sorry. I'm giving commentary while I'm muted. Good afternoon, by the way. How do you do this day? I'm doing great. How are you? Yeah, I just muted it because I was eating an apple and I didn't necessarily want everyone to have to listen to me chewing. I was just saying, when you act this way in a game, I don't know, like I've done this before where you just rage, but as a big streamer, it comes across as like very, what's the word? Unpersonable, I don't know. It's whatever. Let's get back into it.
Thor started to shift. In the following days, he began assaulting lobby caravans and threatening to get solo players banned who lashed out at him when he served their caravans with 40 players.
How this would work.
Oh, hey, wait, this guy's gonna get banned from the video game.
Wait,
This guy
what?
said, "What is sexual about ferrets to you, my dude?" He's trying to say that like we're sexual because we run a ferret rescue. I'm gonna report the shit out of this guy.
At first, I won't lie, I was a little bit worried. He has all this clout on Twitch, 14,000 viewers on Ashes of Creation, far more viewers and followers than any other individual in the scene, and he could likely throw his weight around. However, those of us in the Federation very quickly realized that despite their numbers, actual Pirates players, including Thor himself, were not very good at the game. What follows is some footage of our engagement.
This is where the skill is going to outpace the amount of people. Like, Thor has the strength in numbers here. But if these people play smart about how they pick their engagements with those people, if they really are better players, they are going to have so much fun just trolling. I mean, Thor has how many people in his guild? I don't know how many people, but they're going to have so much fun fighting all those people. And I mean, it's a game, and it's a PvP game. This is what this game is about. These types of controversies and engagements, and I'm about it. I think this is great.
Engagements with actual pirates who seem to have a false sense of superiority on the server due to their numbers and their roach leader, Pirate Software.
I'm gonna pay $120 and have this guy tell me what to do.
One
Fucking
fight,
crazy.
he had like fought over mobs with the Federation and was like, "That's it, I fucking
Yeah,
We
a
lost-
single,
we lost
a
my ego
single
burns.
time, a single time, dude.
My ego hurts. Daddy.
They want to be complete shitters? Well, why?
Every clip I have seen, I will say, ever since the WoW drama came out around Pirate, every single clip I've seen of him like playing a game, getting mad, it does come across as he has a very big ego, and it comes across as he's getting his ego hurt, which, like, if you're in the public light, I feel like you gotta just like not care to a certain extent, because people are rage baiting him now, I feel like, and it's working.
Hype 'em.
He got so upset because they wouldn't flag. He's like, they're corruption baiting. They're corruption baiting. This is shit
Corruption
tactics.
baiting.
This is shit tactics.
Yeah, pretty garbage tactics, to be honest with you. Like, we'll fight them when they stop being bitches about it. They'll cry in the forums about it and be like,
and kill them, it'll be, oh, it was Guild Pirate Software, you know, killed all of us while we were farming.
it doesn't matter. What matters right now is that unless you leave right now, we're just going to kill your guild every time we see you. We'll hunt you in PvP. We'll make sure you don't get any of the endgame zones. That's what we'll...
Unless they're better at the game, and then they're the ones hunting.
I don't know why you've chosen to do this. You wanted to die on this hill, but you look like jackasses now. So, that's on you, bud. Figure it out. Welcome to Social Sandbox, guys. If you act like a bitch, I'm gonna fight you. That's it. That's how this works in games like this. This is a social sandbox.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. It's a social sandbox. And so now there's two guilds at war against each other, and that's what this whole game is about. And I've been excited for this game. I just don't think that this game is really going to leave its early access status for like I said, it maybe 10 years. I don't know, maybe 5. I would say at least 5, if not getting close to 10 years before we see this game as a commercial release. And at the moment, I looked into it because I wanted to play it, and I think it's like $300 or something to be able to play the early access alpha tests. I don't know which alpha they're in now, but
Don't act like a bitch. It's not that hard to understand. Yeah, chicken shit. It's not even 1,000 member strong guild. We have 15,000 members. We're not looking for issues, then get out of
15,000 members. That is like great for an MMO because that's their whole city. 15,000 people all working together to build a city and collect resources. It's pretty impressive.
our spawn location. Whispering me isn't going to change that, Rage. You've caused enough problems that we're putting your guild on the blacklist. By the way, I can tap faster than you because I have 3 gig up-down fiber internet. Good luck ever getting another one of these poles.
Bro, this fiber internet comment gets me every time because my whole, every city in my area has gotten fiber internet in the last 5 years. And so everybody's internet is just crazy fast. And so he's bragging about how he's got crazy fast internet. But everyone I know has crazy fast internet, at least in Utah for the most part.
They made an enemy, and it's us. And we're the largest guild in the server, which is really a big mistake. What I like to do inside of these games is keep people to a proper standard of etiquette.
Those cities in Utah that have put in fiber networks. I don't know if every city in Utah has.
You have a group come in and disrespect you like that and act like a piece of shit and bring over tactics from there? No, you fight them. You're their content now, dude. That guild is 100% content for us now. Great. You have a God complex? No, it's not a God complex. Here, I'm going to ban you. That's my God complex. Enjoy that.
It's not a God complex. I'm going to ban you. There's my God complex. I mean, I feel like he proved the guy's point. He's not bragging about skill or knowledge or anything like that. It sounds like he's bragging about he's bought and how much he's bullying, at least. To me, it's what it sounds like. Yeah, he sounds like he's just bullying people who are playing this game, which but he's using his status in the public as a reason to bully people, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that don't feel like them supporting him, if he's going to use that status to bully people, is something they're going to want to continue doing.
Please, be more of a bitch in the video game. We will fight you more. It'll be the best.
Push. Keep going. Keep pushing.
You've got him.
Keep pushing. Full send. Do not stop. Do not turn. Do not do anything. Yeah, wall if you can. CC's. Push. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. To the back line. Keep pushing.
Did you watch any of the Pirate Software roaching content?
Dude, I gotta go back. Hold on. Where does he say the...
Keep pushing. Keep pushing. To the back line. Keep pushing. Yeah, wall if
It'll
you
be
can.
the
CC's.
best. There's so much stank on that.
We will fight you more.
Here it
It'll
is.
be the best.
There's so much stank on that.
Please, be more of a bitch in the video game. We will fight you more. It'll be the best.
Bro, that's the most sarcastic, mad man I've ever seen. I've been there, though. I've been there. Overwatch used to get me like that.
Do not stop. Do not turn. Do not do anything. Yeah, wall if you can. CC's. Push. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. To the back line. Keep pushing.
Did you watch any of the Pirate Software roaching content?
Oh, dude, I know all the fucking lore, bro. I could write a thesis on it. Seen every clip. Why do you hate that guy?
He's on my server in Ashes, and he has the biggest guild on the server, and he like blacklisted our guild because we out mob tagged him one time.
Fucking hate that guy
He's
so much.
such a fucking turd, dude.
He uses a voice changer too. He's such a pussy. Of his
I don't know if the voice changer thing is true. I heard that the other day. And I really don't know. Like, I've seen the old videos, but like of how his voice used to be, and then like he was saying that his voice like changed over time, and that might be the case. But also, AI is pretty advanced now, and if he's using a voice changer, that is so funny. I mean, like I also don't think that there's anything wrong with using a voice changer, but you should be kind of like more transparent about it, I feel like.
actual voice, it's so funny, dude. Like the fact that he. And then when he talks on stream, it's such deep bass. It's so altered.
He actually has like the Giga Chad voice.
Amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con, and there's so many people, and they love the game.
Oh man, that was my favorite clip of all the clips. I mean, there's been so many good clips of him saying like, "A mage's job is to save the group. This is why you take improved Blizzard, because it's so important." Like he's going down the talent tree.
Like there were no sheeps going out, there were no blizzards going out. Apparently he didn't have the spec for blizzard for slows, but like that's exactly why I run that spec. Because like when shit goes sideways, you save lives, man.
Oh, 100%. And blizzard is like,
yeah,
absolutely goated. It's so good.
It's so sweet for me. We've just been, dude, he blacklisted our guild and everything, and he has like 1,500 members in his guild on this server. And it's a small game,
I can't believe
so it's like super weighty. And we have like 300 members in our guild.
Is it all just him
And
talking
he just
about
turned
pirate
around
software?
and went and played fucking hardcore class.
Yeah, it's all just...
I didn't expect that shit at all.
I was hoping this video would be more about Ashes of Creation and like the state of their alpha.
Anyway,
and seeing more about it.
Let's go kill this guy. Yeah, clerics are invincible in PvP 1v1. I didn't expect that at all.
The other guy's just better at the game.
Clear comms, please. You've got a mage in the water named Fizzlefest. Fizzlefest is able to do about 3k crits.
Are these just all the clips
Looks
of
like
him
that guy's gonna be
raging?
primary. Oh well. Yeah, it's gonna be a GG on this, likely. Yeah. Fizzlefest is completely overpowered. Alright, so
Thor, I just want you to know.
I have no idea what's happening.
It's a fun rivalry on the
I don't know
server,
enough about the
and
game.
I know you've been getting dragged through the mud over your WoW hardcore.
He just keeps getting on a
classic
dragon.
rivalry, which, by the way, it's deserved. Bind polymorph, man. But seriously, keep your chin up and take the gut check. Sometimes just showing a little bit of humility is all it takes to win people over. And we all know you're a successful, smart dude. So stop being so cocky, leave your ego behind, and accept that you fucked up, then move on. The internet will too.
Fair enough. Okay. Any videos I should take a look at? I've got more in this watch later playlist that I thought could be interesting. Because this Kai Cenat one, guarantee he's not ruining his career. What kind of thinking videos? I don't know. I'm trying to. I have a lot of stuff that's just like gaming related, game industry related, MMO related, or even just like this one. I thought would be really interesting. Remaking Lord of the Rings.
Some of the monsters you've seen in the film adaptation.
Remaking Lord of the Rings monsters based only on the books. This is an artist with 6.6 million followers that on a previous account of mine I've subscribed to, and I've watched a bunch of his content years ago, and he's a really talented artist. and I think this would be really interesting. I saw this neat game, Jump Ship, looked pretty cool. And there are videos on YouTube about it, but some are a little annoying sounding. Okay. Maybe find a good video, and can you send a link in the chat? If not, then we'll look it up. Sure. Okay. For now, we're gonna watch this, and then we'll watch that one next.
The Rings were not what Tolkien described in his book. I am going to follow the quotes from the books and Tolkien's letters to depict 4 monsters from Lord of the Rings the way Tolkien intended. And we've already done one of Tolkien's creatures, the Balrog, in one of my drawing creatures exactly.
I saw this. This was so cool.
These they were described videos, which was actually one that you all really love, and it's also prompted the idea that there's so much more material in the Lord of the Rings to work with, including Sauron, the Dark Lord himself, which we'll get to. He will be our grand finale. I am going to depict 4 creatures from the Lord of the Rings books exactly as they were described by Tolkien in the books. Let's start with something a little more friendly. The Ents. Let's just refresh our memory of the Ents from the Peter Jackson movies, which are basically giant trees.
Now we must decide if the Ents will go to war.
And we begin with one
I always loved the way the Ents looked in the movies.
of those classic descriptors, the comparison. A large man-like, almost troll-like figure. 14 foot high, very sturdy, with a tall head and hardly any neck.
Okay, so 14 feet tall. They're definitely way taller than that in the movie. I like the way they sound too. I know, they sound like ancient. Like, the way they talk sounds like they're thousands of years old.
In Tolkien's letters, he said they're either souls sent to inhabit trees or else they slowly took the likeness of trees owing to their inborn love of trees, and come in a huge variety of shape, size, color, even the number of toes and fingers. Treebeard himself is specifically compared to oaks or beech trees. He is described as having deep eyes, brown, shot with a green light, with a sweeping grey, bushy beard, almost twiggy at the roots. Large feet with 7 toes on each. Really want to make sure to get the details right. The
7 toes on each. Specific.
I extend the arms down to the bottom and use the fingers as sort of faux roots so that if he's standing there for a long time, his hands are on the ground and he could look almost like one intertwined, gnarled old tree.
Dude, this is how I've always, like, pictured, like, forest golems.
I'm going to do a refined illustration from here. Before I do, I think it'd be fun to share some of the other interpretations of the Ents, from the more primitive, such as Core Block and Alan.
This looks like a character from... What's that book where there's, like, the monster that comes at night? Oh, it's like a little bit before my time. But I remember, I have older siblings, and so, like, I remember seeing it a few times when I was really young. That's the vibe I'm getting from this.
Lee's very tall log-like representations of the Ents with big plappy feet and gnarled long fingers. The brothers...
It's a book? Yeah. Well, actually, it might be a show. Or both. I think what I remember is there's like a... Oh, man. What's that called? Yeah, I'm not sure. If I'll try and remember.
Stop motion character. He almost looks like he's made out of clay.
He looks like a Yeti.
They're really fun,
just with a long nose.
Then we have this painting by Dennis Grieve, which is way more realistic in terms of everyone else in the scene, but the Ents again still look quite absurdly simple, almost log-like proportions. So I'm gonna get started on...
and they feel like they don't have bones, which like Ents wouldn't necessarily have bones, but plants typically have stiff cell walls, so these long swooping arms are very interesting, coming from like a tree-like creature.
On my refined piece, and I'm anchoring myself to the first impression that we get in the books of Treebeard. Merry and Pippin were wandering through the forest and they saw a rock wall before them on the side of a hill, and the sun was falling full on its stony face. Nothing grew there but grasses and weeds at its edge, and one old stump of a tree with only 2 bent branches left. It looked almost like the figure of some gnarled old man standing there blinking in the morning light. That descriptor of a tree that looks like some gnarled old man is really helpful, and then also the description of 2 bent branches. So I went with my silhouette to make it look like the majority of his proportions are like one large old stump.
This is pretty close to what he looks like in the movie. Like this portion on his forehead
with some holes in it, which we know are sort of the gaps between his arms or legs, but otherwise might be mistaken as just a really old decaying tree. Now
I like that the arms are like rooted, just like the feet are.
Personal interpretation of the distinction between the Ents and literal trees is that they're so old that the trees probably just sort of merge or grow with them. Treebeard is the oldest thing in Middle-earth along with Tom Bombadil. This is a probably millions of years old Ent, and while he isn't a tree,
Millions of years old?
he's a forest spirit, a soul that has been there so long and stands so still and moves so slow and is of such organic material that trees and seeds probably just end up growing in or on him, embedding their roots throughout his body or around his strange skin. I like to interpret.
So it's like a symbiotic relationship between the being Treebeard and the forest growing on him that gives him this appearance that he is a tree. It's almost like I think it's called grafting for trees and plants, where you like can combine different portions of like, you can basically make a tree have branches where you want it by like grafting branches and connecting them and letting them grow and combine into one tree. It's the same reason why you can have 2 trees that grow like out of the ground in a forest somewhere in the exact same spot, and over time they basically like as they grow they basically turn into one tree together and just merge together. I saw a thing where someone was making furniture by grafting. Dude, that's cool.
These 2 strange branches that are left as actual trees growing out from him, but not a part of him. Same as...
Maybe we can find that, actually. Furniture. Made by grafting. Wait, it's not a PH. Grafting. Images. That's crazy. I like the way they look when they're like finished after they're done growing and they like remove them from the ground. That looks so organic and so like, I like that none of it is symmetrical. Is this just a drawing? No, that's a photo. That's the same chair, I think, as up here. Yeah, that's the exact same chair. That's so cool. This is a YouTube video? This company grows trees into fully formed furniture. That is smart. Instead of cutting trees down and having to like shave off all of this like extra material, just growing. It's like 3D printing tree chairs. But it's just the ground and some dude just bending all the branches. That's awesome. Dude, I like the lamps too.
We've taken a complete rethink of how wood is used as a material. So instead of cutting trees down, chopping them up into smaller bits, moving those bits around, drying them out, making them into smaller bits again and sticking them back together again, we've bypassed that completely, and we've now grow trees directly into the shapes and forms that we want.
Wait, okay, that makes sense. So you grow it upside down because that's the best way to get a chair shape? Is that the case? Wait. Yeah, absolutely. Look, you've got the... You can kind of make out 4 legs on each of these, and then a back right here. I don't know why I'm not full screen here. Not sure if they would be very comfortable. Yeah, I mean, but I'm sure you could, like, put cushions on them or something. Like, as long as... I feel like as long as these... I guess you could call them rungs, but all of these branches that you actually sit on, as long as these are, like, fairly level, and you put, like, a cotton cushion that was at least, like, 2 or 3 inches thick, it's kind of cool. Dude, I want one. And breathe. Oh, and the breathtaking product is worth all the work. Full-grown. Why? It's hard to read these subtitles. They're so big. I don't know. It's a good idea, but I don't know how many places this is, like, practical to use. But I'm sure that, like, we can get more creative and figure out more interesting uses for grafting or growing trees like this. Also, I don't know time-wise, like, how long it takes to make something like this. Because if you can't produce, like, multiple chairs in a year, I feel like it'd be a fairly hard company to sustain. Unless it's very niche, which it will most likely remain very niche. And more so regarded as, like, art pieces. Which, I love it. I completely... I want one. Oh, that's the end of the video. That was a good video. I like that. Did you find any video on this game. Jump ship. Jump ship gameplay. Force Gaming. Jump ship is actually fantastic.
This is a really fun time of year for me, with tons of new games surfacing thanks to the ongoing Steam Next Fest. I'm planning to jump in and try a bunch of them over the
Mecha
course of the
Break,
next week
that
or
looks
so,
cool.
hoping to find some gems within the sea of
Oh,
demos.
Dune
Got my eyes on a
Awakening.
handful already that seem
This game looks cool. I really like Dune, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna run on my PC. Okay, let's... Oh, the official trailer? Okay, let's look at the official trailer. And then we'll listen to this guy's opinion on it.
Warning, hostile ships detected.
Okay. The spaceships look very Star Wars, and the outfits look very... I don't know, they look very just, like, astronaut-y, not super, like, space soldiery, I guess? Is this a looter shooter? It looks like a looter shooter. Hopefully there's no fall damage, or that guy's dead. Unless he has a jetpack. It's got a grappling hook. If the grappling hook works well, super fun. Why has this dude got a slice of pizza? With pineapple on it. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It kind of looks like... I want to get the... There's like a clip where they're in a jetpack. Using a jetpack. Let's see. Oh, now we're back to pizza. The jetpack looks like the scene from Star Trek where they like jump from orbit onto the drill. Or even more so when they jump from the one ship to the other ship in the second movie. Right here. Yeah. Dude, this looks exactly like the scene from the second Star Trek where they jump from the one ship and then they have to go through the door that's like... They say it's like 2 meters wide, 3 meters wide or something. So this tiny target, and they have to jump from one ship through and then like navigate through an asteroid field into another ship. This is probably what makes me the most excited about this game. Literally because I've always loved that scene where you're just like jumping and like flying in. So, all right. Let's see. Force Gaming. Jump Ship is actually fantastic.
This is a really fun time of year for me, with tons of new games surfacing thanks to the ongoing Steam Next Fest. I'm planning to jump in and try a bunch of them over the course of the next week or so, hoping to find some gems within the sea of demos. Got my eyes on a handful already that seem pretty promising. In the meantime, though, there's another game that I played recently that I think you guys might really like. It's called Jump Ship. So think Sea of Thieves in space with roguelike progression.
I love Sea of Thieves. Dude, we're definitely playing this. Because piracy in any form in a game... Okay, not any form, because, like... I have never been interested in Skull and Bones. But... Black Flag Assassin's Creed Black Flag, super fun. I love that game. Sea of Thieves, I love that game. You know what this also reminds me of? Has anybody read the book Contact Harvest? It's a Halo book. And in there's jackals in Halo that are space pirates, space piracy. And that's what this reminds me of.
Aggression. You play in first person, manually flying around your...
It's the only book I've read from the Halo series. It's like the very first book in the Halo series, actually, I think. And it follows Sergeant Johnson. And he is on the first mission where humanity contacts the Covenant. And that's what the book is about. And it's his origin story and the origin story of meeting the Covenant. And it's a really good book. It's so fire.
Your ship going through all these different space settings with varied points
It's Contact Harvest. That's what it's called.
of interest, and then in each area you have this one distinct main objective along with a handful of other side activities to try to complete. So you might be asked to locate and disable a jammer that's preventing you from jumping to a new location, or to infiltrate this end.
This gun looks like a DMR without a scope from Halo. And that's a good thing.
Enemy compound full of all sorts of aggressive robots, or take down anti-air installments that are attacking your allies, or disable the defenses of a massive cargo
Except
ship
I think
before
it's a
infiltrating it
bolt
and
action.
stealing their goods, along with quite a few other different varied things. And then while doing this, you are free not only to fly your ship, but you can get up and walk around. The inside of these are fairly elaborate, with many different areas, equipment, and facilities to aid in your adventure, along with powering your ship's offensive and defensive capabilities. And in many cases, these actually need to be manually engaged with and managed as well. And then the kicker, though, is that you can also, in real time...
Yeah, so that's like Sea of Thieves. You have to manage your ship actively.
At any point, come and go from your ship whenever you please, exiting from one of several different locations, launching out into the atmosphere...
Dude, hold on.
You please, exiting from one of several different locations, launching out into the atmosphere, flying around space with your jetpack,
You can
and
grappling hook-
landing at whatever your target location may be, some sort of an installment or a base on the planet side, or a ship that's actually out in space. In fact, a lot of times there are going to be enemy ships attacking you, and you can actually leave your ship physically, directly grappling onto those ships as they fly by, destroy...
Dude, Titanfall 2, the grappling hook was so fun. But imagine that in space. That's what this is.
Bring their
Dude.
vitals with your weapon, causing them to then...
Oh, we are definitely playing this game. This looks so good.
self-destruct, jumping away just in time before the thing explodes, and then grappling back to your own ship as it flies by overhead. And there are lots of many such moments in this game which lead to this gameplay loop that I found thoroughly enjoyable. And because your ship was under attack, it sustained damage, resulting in actual literal fires on board that need to be put out, or sections of your power grid that go offline needing to be restored, or you might get a radiation leak that has to be repaired, and then
Just like, I mean, not just like Sea of Thieves, but like there are things you have to do to maintain your Sea of Thieves ship. And they're just putting that same idea in a sci-fi setting, which is a good idea that I don't think has been done yet.
and you need to physically get the radiation off your ship, otherwise it will continue to sustain damage. The entire game flow is you flying your ship to a location, heading towards some objective, fending off whatever enemies happen.
In the same vein as Sea of Thieves. Yeah, absolutely. I think this will have more mass appeal to an extent because of its art style being more realistic. But Sea of Thieves is a very popular game.
to arrive in that process, managing the needs of your ship as things are falling apart, and then engaging in first-person combat to eliminate space robots, to deal with those other ships as we mentioned, and then trying to complete whatever task you happen to have. All of this coupled with some serious...
This game looks like... The graphics look great. I mean, like... Okay, the textures look really flat right here, but this looks like, to a certain extent, kind of like what games looked like back on the Xbox One, and I think some of the best games came out of that era. Titanfall is one of the best looking shooter games in my opinion, and I played that on my Xbox One S for hours and hours on end. Multiplayer, campaign, everything.
Then trying to complete whatever task you happen to have. All of this coupled with some seriously legit gunplay, which I was not expecting, frankly. Just surface level looking at this game, I assumed the gunplay would be not great, to be honest. Like a AA indie game, I really wasn't expecting much, but they've done a real solid job. Like even just the base level pistol-like multi-tool feels pretty fantastic to shoot. Yeah, this is a really cool game, and it's been a...
Yeah, I feel like gunplay's a lot of effects and sound effects and visual effects that makes it feel good. Because and then like making recoil feel good is, I imagine, also very hard, but I guess they've figured it out. I don't know. I've never thought that shooters would be the hardest thing to make. But I haven't made one yet.
Pleasant surprise, at least from what we've seen thus far, which has amounted to roughly 10 hours of playtime. So that is the high-level overview of Jump Ship. Now I want to go into a bit more detail about all of the components, the gameplay loop, the different systems, and everything that you'll engage with in the game. But first, check out today's sponsor. This is actually also another pretty neat-looking game. Today's video is sponsored by Revenge of the Savage Planet. This is an upbeat action-adventure sci-fi satire game where you explore these wacky alien worlds, jumping and shooting your way through 4 vibrant planets, collecting gear and upgrades while uncovering various secrets hidden throughout. The game features third-person action-adventure combat. You can run, jump, shoot, grind, stomp, dodge, slide, lasso, and grapple your way
The animations look so
They
goofy in this
plenty of
game.
challenging combat encounters
Looks fun, though.
with alien boss battles, problematic
Ooh.
software, and the occasional greedy CEO. There are 4 savage planets to explore, each with their own flora and fauna. You'll search the environment, scanning and cataloging everything into your index, while also defeating enemies and collecting new gear. There's habitat and character customization, with each planet
I like the art
packed with
style.
nooks and crannies hiding all manner of rewards
Oh.
and secrets. You can even customize
It's
your
Fortnite.
character as well as your own personal habitat. And this is also a collection game, as you'll lasso and capture dozens of strange alien creatures, and then you can go visit them once they've been relocated into their happy place, these pens outside of your custom space trailer in scenic New Florida. Revenge of the Savage Planet is launching on PC
Scenic
via
New
Steam
Florida.
and Epic Game Store, Xbox Series X and S, and the PS4 and 5 on May 8th, with early access on May the 5th for anyone who purchases the Cosmic Hoarder Edition. You can use my link in the video description below to wishlist the game. Also, if you purchase on Steam within the first month of launch, you'll receive the Cinco de Mayo Trash Panda suit and a free copy of the original game, Journey to the Savage Planet. Lastly, there's a 10% off discount for the first week of launch of Jump Ship. Let's start off with how the basic gameplay
Jump
loop,
Ship.
like what is it like? What are you doing as you're sitting down for 30 minutes to an hour playing this game? So you start off by picking a mission from the galactic map. You're going to have a bunch of different options. You pick the one you want, then you take off into space from this starting point, picking one.
This looks like Helldivers too. This circle table hologram layout.
Of multiple maps or nodes with these different locations, objectives, and rewards. You will then jump to that chosen area upon arrival, scanning any...
So just like Helldivers 2, except you fly the ship?
points of interest, revealing enemy ships, turrets, and loot areas.
Oh, so it's much more expansive than like Helldivers 2 as an extraction shooter game. you fly between like points of interest and objectives.
As well as your main objective. And then you'll decide if you want to do any of the side stuff, you'll head to those, or if you just want to go to your main objective, you do that, completing whatever task is asked of you while also gathering
You also got to have the weapons different from each other instead of a dozen variants of pretty much the same weapon. True. That is part of a shooter game that's very important, is making guns feel different, especially when guns effectively kind of are all the same. At least like when you're coding, it's like a gun shoots in a direction, like every gun shoots in a direction, which is always, you know, the center of your screen. And so you have to add a bunch of other things, features to each gun to make them varied. So like shotguns where they pepper spray, or recoil on SMGs so it doesn't feel so it feels different than like a assault rifle. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Resources and weapons in the process, and then once that task is complete, you go back to the map in your ship, selecting the next node from a branching path, giving you a few different options. You jump to the next location, scan the nearby area, rinse and repeat the entire process. Go about either doing side things, completing your main objective. Once that is done, you can then select and jump to another area. You go all the way through from start to finish until you eventually complete the mission.
Yeah, it
and
looks
head back
fun.
to your hangar. So let's actually go through that in actual detail. So after completing the tutorial, you actually arrive at your hangar, and this is where you select the first mission you want to start, along with manage any and all of your long-term progression and character customization. So in here, you're going to find the venture log. This is a terminal displaying the different quests or missions you have with their objectives and rewards. There's a shooting range where you can test out the game's different weapons, with there being 4 tiers of an assault rifle, sniper, SMG,
I
shotgun. There's a
spent
few
so
other
much
weapons
time
and
in the
tools
shooting
game, but
range
those are the
in
4
Apex
primary
Legends.
ones you're going to be searching after and using. You've got the quartermaster, who lets you use currency that's earned on your missions to unlock new cosmetic options for your character. The dockmaster, here is where you purchase different classes of ship.
The armors look good. They're very like astronaut-y, but I like it. The models look good.
Your character. The dockmaster, here is where you purchase different classes of ships. There's going to be your basic all-arounder, which is what you start with, but then you can specialize into a ship that's better at fighting, or one that's better at carrying more cargo. Now, those multiple ships actually weren't available in this build, but they will be when the game comes out, because it's not scheduled to release for at least a couple more months later in the summer. Then you've got ship progression. So behind
we got a
the
few months.
dockmaster is actually where you manage your ship's various components. You're going to start off with some baseline versions of each part, and then unlocking upgrades by completing certain quests, or even, we were told, just finding them while out on the mission unlocks them as well. There's some other fun stuff, like you got a jukebox.
The rest of the
so
game
it's
looks
like
very different. The map makes me think a bit of FTL if you played that. FTL.
On your beer. If you had a little too much, it might be a little bit of an extra lounge. And then you've got your
trying to think of what game FTL is an acronym for.
This is where you're going to select your first mission. So when you start playing, you're just going to have this one outer section on the perimeter of the galaxy map available, in which you're going to find a handful of starting missions. Hovering over each mission will show you its main objective, the very last thing that you're going to be asked to do.
This is the exact same as Helldivers 2, but it works, so do the same thing. Faster Than Light. Oh yeah, I've heard of that game. I have not played it, no. And I actually can't think of any footage I've even seen of it, but I have heard the name.
To complete the mission, as well as a challenge rating starting from 1 to trivial all the way up to 5, very hard, an estimated duration of how long that mission completion should take, and then the rewards that you will be given at the end. So there are 2 main types that we have come across so far in terms of the main mission goal. There is the cargo ship raid and the artillery support. Again, this is your ultimate goal.
I think games like this, and this is how I feel about Helldivers 2, you need to have a lot of different mission types, or there's just no reason to keep playing. Also, you need a good progression system, so there's a reason to keep playing. Helldivers 2 is fun when you have stuff to unlock, but once you run out of stuff to unlock, you're just kind of like, well, I can either get really into the community and try and do the main missions, or I can just wait till they drop new content.
It's going to be the thing that you're doing.
The other thing Helldivers 2 does is they'll live service a game mode, and then once the event and mission is completed, they'll like drop the game mode off. And in some cases, those are some of the most fun game modes, and then you're not allowed to play them after the event's over. And some of them have yet to come back. One example of this is earlier, I think it was like it was really early in the game's lifespan. Actually, it was only like 2 or 3 months into the game being out, I believe, and they released this mission where you dispense like this giant insecticide basically on this from this giant tower on planets with bugs on them to kill the bugs. And it was such a cool mission because you basically just had to go and defend the tower. But it was just the whole visuals and everything they made for that mission. The visuals, the audio, it sounded like something from Dune, and it was so cool. And that mission hasn't been a playable mission since that. Major Order is what they're called in the game.
Doing in the very last map node on the mission. Prior to that, though, you're going to have many different paths with various objectives to pick from while en route. And then as you complete missions, you will unlock new quadrants of the map, slowly moving closer to its center and to more dangerous but also more rewarding areas. Okay, so from the galaxy map, you're going to pick your very first mission. Now, initially, you should probably, the very first one you're going to pick is this trivial difficulty 20-minute run that is literally labeled, play this mission first. But for the sake of the video, let's take a look at some of the more fleshed out ones and as what you're going to expect as you play more and more of the game. So we'll start off with, say, one of this moderate difficulty cargo ship raids. So first you pick the mission, everyone in your party then readies up, a countdown timer starts, and you load in. You get a little
soccer ball
of your ship taking off and flying out into space, and you actually first arrive at this neutral point in space. And then as you're on your ship, the very first thing you're going to do is walk to your map, which is located right behind the pilot seat, and here you're going to be displayed and given a couple of different options for what path you want to head down. You'll usually be picking from one of 2 to 3 separate paths.
Okay, so this looks more... Once you've picked your like mission location and what region, I guess, this looks much more like a roguelike almost, where you have separate paths that all have different rewards, but you can't... Maybe it's linear to where like you can pick one of these 3 paths right here, but you can't pick all. You can never go back, is my guess.
With further maps branching from there. And every node is going to display the map's location, whether it's somewhere in space, in an asteroid field, on a planet, on a moon, wherever. It's also going to show the threat level and the reward that you can expect to get for completing it. So you're going to select the first one that you want, and then one player hops into the pilot seat, points the ship in the direction, and then initiates the jump drive, first making sure that everyone is seated, otherwise someone is for a world of hurt. Jumping will then load you into that selected map.
You
and then
just
it's time
get
to
thrown
do your
around the
first
ship.
Objective. Now, before we do that, though, I want to actually take a closer look at the ship itself because there's a lot here. So the ship consists of multiple different locations, terminals, and stations. First off is the sensor display. Right behind the pilot seat on either side of the mission map are 2 sensor displays that give you this overhead like aerial view of the current map that you're in. So it's going to display the location of your current objective as well as any other noteworthy points of interest. Now, some number of these will actually be hidden, simply requiring you to scan in order to reveal them. And then once scanned, you're either going to see a grouping of enemies, some loot, or other point of interest, and those will remain on your HUD while you are going about completing that particular objective on that particular node. Also on the ship is this power grid. Now this presents you with a grid of open slots which you place the ship's different components in a Tetris-like fashion within. So as you play, you're actually going to find and unlock new reactors along with additional generators that will open up more available slots components. And how this works is the higher level components take up more space typically, requiring you to fiddle around with their placement if you want to actually have them available and powered up. Then you've got...
I've had like similar systems in other games. I remember there was this mobile game I played that had basically the same thing. You were like this character who had gadgets, and you had to fit all of your gadgets in a grid like that, for them to be like equipped and you to get the passives from it. It worked well. I like the system.
Your assembler, this uses materia, which is a resource that you'll find in a mission, to craft different weapons and utility items. Here you can make weapons like a rocket launcher and an SMG. You can also make a fire extinguisher, ship ammo, armor, a ship repair kit, along with any of the ship's numerous components in case one of them happens to get destroyed or lost. There's the cargo pad. So outside of the ship are actually a couple of transporters that you can use to quickly dump items into, and then those will appear on this pad after they've been deposited to either be moved elsewhere or scrapped, or for you to just pick up if you want to take them out on while doing an objective. There's the scrapper, which will turn any items you don't want, or some of these ones that are specifically made to transfer into materia. And again, that materia is used at the assembler, but also at things like the medical station, where you can transfer materia into healing yourself. You're also going to find fire extinguishers at a few locations. You will need to pick those up when your ship inevitably catches on fire, which is going to happen. Also bound to happen is your ship taking damage, in which you will physically need to take repair kits and place them into the core, which will heal them quickly over time. And if you haven't been able to tell already, this is in a lot of ways very similar to Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, it's exactly like Sea of Thieves, just in a spaceship.
The ship itself is a big part of the gameplay experience. You'll be moving around it, you'll be arranging the power grid, you will be putting out fires, healing the core, and repairing any damaged components or areas of the ship that happen to sustain damage while you're getting in dogfights out in space with other enemy ships, done actually manually as well with your power tool. You physically have to patch up the ship in various ways.
This would be a really fun game to play with like 3 other people. Yeah.
But then beyond that are all of the missions and objectives you have, which you actually do in first person, typically having to leave your ship and set out on foot or floating through space. So there are numerous ejection tubes that give you a quick exit from the ship, along with a handful of doors that actually require you going through an airlock room before entering or exiting. For the most part,
that airlock rooms that's a cool detail.
You'll use the ejection tubes to leave the ship because that's the fastest, and then you'll only be really using the doors when you're entering into the ship. Okay, so that's a bulk of what you'll find and do and have to pay attention to on your spaceship. Let's talk about the rest of the gameplay experience. So after you first jump and arrive into a brand new map, you're gonna have some primary objective like we mentioned. These can vary, but the ones that we've seen most often include the following. You'll have to disable a jammer. The early version of these in particular will have a jammer located in the center of this floating facility. So you'll fly the ship up to it, and then you'll physically get out, board the facility, and then go to this terminal to activate it.
The boarding looks really fun, but if there's not a lot of fun stuff to do when you get to the facility, then it'll be boring other than boarding.
At that point, it's going to call in.
Like this dude, he killed one robot, and now he's just doing the main objective.
These robot reinforcements attempting to defend the jammer. So you have to deal with those, try to avoid taking damage, destroy them, while also having to attack.
Okay, no. So the jammer takes more time to... I was wrong. The jammer takes more time. And it's like a... It seems like the other people on his team are working on that while he's trying to handle the mobs.
Attack these 12 different weak points, which are represented by boxes located all around the facility. Once you destroy all of those, and if you haven't died...
Whoa. Did y'all see that gravity change? Hold on.
While also having to attack these 12 different weak points, which are represented by boxes located all around the facility.
Watch this.
Once you destroy all of those...
That's so cool. I wonder if it's only on these types of platforms that you can do that.
and if you haven't died, you can then interact with the terminal again. This begins a self-destruction timer, and after a few seconds, the facility blows up. Make sure you're not sitting in the middle of that, and then you can collect loot from the remnants. There's also jammer ships, which is like the...
So you just blow shit up and then pick up the aftermath. I like that.
Above facility jammers, but it's an actual physical ship flying around. Usually comes with an escort. Attack the ship, disable it, board the ship, and then destroy it. Then the jammer's dealt with, and you can finally jump again. You'll come across a distress call, which is actually a friendly transporter ship that is under attack. Fly to it, protect it by...
Ooh, I like that. Being able to help other people and, like, with their objectives. Or just leave them in the dust. You know? You can be like, well, they got aggro, so I'm free.
Destroying the enemy ships, and typically there's going to be a larger number and harder ships to deal with here. This is where a lot of the ship combat comes into play. There's also capture points, where you have 3 separate bases that are full of enemies. You need to go to the point, kill the...
It also kind of looks like Destiny.
Enemies, capture it to flip it over to your side. While this is happening, enemies are going to keep spawning in at each of the 3 points, as well as ships spawning in with reinforcements coming from space. And then finally, we've got the investigate signal. So this is some of my favorite stuff. Basically, these will be some sort of a base located on whatever given map it happens to be on. Some of these maps will be in space at facilities floating. Some of them will be on asteroid fields. Some of them will actually be planet side or on the side of a moon. So you go there and then have a additional task to complete at the facility. So these areas are predominantly always full of enemy robots, and there's like a wide range of different robots with different attack types and weapons and special utilities.
Is it only robots that you fight in this game? Because I want to shoot some aliens.
And things you have to deal with. You engage with them in FPS fashion, and this is where the game's gunplay really shines. It is actually pretty darn phenomenal. Like, I'm super impressed, especially for an indie game, how good it feels to shoot weapons. So you typically, when you go to these investigation areas, you have to move through...
So far, only robots from what I've seen. That is a shame.
Several locked doors heading further inside of some facility, and then once inside, interacting with some sort of a terminal, all while fighting robots along the way. Now,
that reload animation looked really good. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like very weighty.
Once inside, we found a few different objective types. There's one that asks you to restore power, where you got to go around finding multiple batteries and then placing them into this outlet. Other ones ask you to override a security system, so you start the override.
The gun looks... I wish I could hear what the gun sounds like, because when you shoot it, it looks like it feels powerful.
This will be interrupted throughout, usually like 4 or 5 times. While you're waiting for this progress bar to fill up, there's going to be tons of enemy reinforcements spawning in. And then we saw an open gate one where you had this area with a really large, like, reinforced door that actually requires you to find and return these 3 radiation cores that are spread throughout the map at other locations. So you got to get into your ship, fly to the core, pick up the core, put it on your ship, and then bring it back to the gate. Problem, though, is these cores progressively deal more and more damage to you as you hold them, and while they're on
that's cool
your ship, they will also deal damage to your ship over time. So you gotta basically try to make this transport as quickly as and carefully as possible.
Whoa, dude, the flight on that, he like drifted his ship, dude. That looked cool.
And yeah, as mentioned, these mission types are absolutely 100% my favorite sort of objective.
Dude, the ship flying looks fun too. It kind of looks like the old Star Wars games.
Objective and activity in this game. I'm really hoping to see more of these and more elaborate variations of these as the game continues through development and leads up to its release. In particular, as much as I love these, I would want to see some bigger facilities with more enemies. With
also, gun attachments, scopes and stuff I think are very important.
Harder enemies and more complex tasks for us to complete.
Or just give people different guns that have the different attachments instead. You don't necessarily need to make a system where people can customize their guns. Just add a bunch of different variants of the gun.
Please, I'm begging you to make that. And then sometimes you'll come to a map node that just says, hey, there's some valuables here, go find them. With little to no danger, but just loot to discover. In particular, we found this one asteroid field where we went inside of an asteroid and it was just full.
Oh yeah, it seems like they have a gun attachment system, because this is the same sniper rifle, but now he's got a scope on it, and it even looks like he's got a muzzle, like a flash suppressor or something.
Full of chest with a ton of good items inside. That was fun to find as well. Now,
Because that's something I would like, is like gun progression and feeling like you can earn ways to like improve your guns. Some of the weapons are upgraded versions of others. Okay, that's fair too. Either way, it's a good system. I don't think it needs to have a Call of Duty like gun builder screen or anything for it to have fun guns in a sci-fi setting, especially like Halo doesn't have any really attachments. It's just like gun variants, and I think their gun choices and stuff are fine. I think it's like there a lot of other decisions that they've made that have made them fall off in popularity with a lot of their fan base.
in addition to that main objective in each node that you're jumping to, there's usually a couple of other side things that you can do in each one of those maps. So these include things like buoys or derelict ships. These are just essentially empty stations floating in space devoid of enemies. In most cases, they will have several loot chests with weapons, resources, and currency inside for you to pick up. And then there's also the ship remains, which is just materia that's floating.
Those are there, so if you're just trash at the game, there's somewhere you can get loot, so you can get, like, progress and get better.
Out in space from ships that have been previously destroyed. And then also, as you're going through these missions, there are several threats for you to contend with. So there's going to be floating mines out in space, and if you get too close, they will lock on, track you down, and then jam themselves into your ship. You or a teammate has to then exit and attack them, otherwise they deal continuous damage.
I like that. I like that you have to exit the ship in certain scenarios in combat, rather than just being like, okay, just man a turret inside your ship or something.
To the ship's core. There are sentry turrets, which have a very long range, and if you get too close, they fire homing missiles that will explode on impact, damaging your ship. Although I will note they can be dodged if you boost and spin the ship at the last minute. There's also just enemy ships patrolling around. They'll roaming around every single map. If you get too close, they will engage. You'll have to deal with them. There are invasions that can happen, so periodically, besides the roaming ship patrols, you're just going to get new waves of ships spawning in, and you have to deal with those before you can jump to a new location. And then
yeah, that's how Helldivers handles it, is they just have like these packs of patrolling enemies that spawn near you at like a interval rate. So it's like every 2 minutes or something like that.
Then all of this and taking damage and being attacked results in you having to fix your ship. When you take damage, your ship can catch fire. You can also be boarded by enemy robots.
That's cool. If they can board you and you can board them, that's super cool, because that makes it feel like a real space pirate game.
Have to be killed, and then all of this will cause several spots of the ship to be damaged and require you to walk up and manually repair those as well. So you're just going to keep going. You go to a map node, you jump, you complete the objective, maybe you do the side stuff, you jump to the next one, and you keep jumping from one node to another until eventually you reach the end of your current mission, which, as mentioned, has, in case of what we've seen, has typically been one of two things: the cargo ship raid and the artillery support. So the cargo ship raid has you attacking this large transport ship, asking you to break several
space battle
parts
mission
of it from the outside, and then that disables the ship, letting you board it.
And then you board
into
it.
These large cargo container areas. There's tons of enemies in here as well. You got to get in, kill the enemies, collect the cargo,
just
return
make
it to your
different
ship,
enemy
and
types.
then you have to do this before the timer reaches 0. Otherwise, you get a ton of reinforcements.
And I'm even more sold.
The second main objective that we've seen in missions.
Ooh, I like that
artillery
sight.
Support. This one is kind
that
of
looks
like the
nice.
zone control one, except there's a health bar for your friends and your enemies at the top of the screen. You have to go to these 3.
Although it does look a
anti-air
little bit
locations
crowded
control of the
on
area
the sides
in
of the
that King
site.
of the Hill style mode, and you need to hold more.
I like
you
really
need to hold
clear
2 of the
sites
3
where I
for
can
longer
see
than your opponent
kind
in
of
order
like
for
I have my precise
the
dot,
health
and then I
their
have a lot of
battling
space
ships to go
around
down
that
before the health
precise
of your
dot
battling
without
ships. And
any
all this
blind
as a
spots
backdrop
when
of
I
these
play
2
shooters.
ship fleets like fighting out in space in the skybox, which is pretty cool to see. So the whole process of the mission is you starting it, you picking one of the multiple map nodes, going from one to another, picking the ones that you want, getting to the final objective, completing that objective, and then jumping back to your hangar, mission complete. Congratulations, you were successful. In terms of progression, there's really not a lot here at the moment. It's pretty much entirely the ship components. You will unlock different variations of each of the components, those being the defense system, pilot cannons, multi-turret, special weapon, engine, reactor, and then auxiliary generators. And they're going to have different strikes for each of the different variations. And then also you can use credits that you get while playing to level them up individually. So you pick a component that you want, you can level it up from levels 1, 2, and I don't know how far it goes, but it keeps leveling. But yeah, no character, no weapon, or no tool progression. None of those. Weapons, character, and tool, there's no way to progress either of those things. It's really just exclusive to the getting the ship components leveled up and trying the different variations. The developer has said they're considering this for the future.
So it's all just
but
ship progression.
Right now, they're not sure if they're going to keep it just to ship progression or not. A couple of notes here, starting with my likes. Gameplay, it's top notch. The whole loop, everything about it. And
I think all of the progression being tied to the ship isn't necessarily a bad thing, considering the ship is such a major component of this game. I think it's fine.
And also, the game is run amazingly as well for the most part. Handful of areas on a couple of the map nodes that I did see some FPS drops, but even when that did happen, it didn't last for very long, so that's good. But yeah, just
if it's this stable at this state in the game, and they're not releasing it for another 4 months, it's probably going to be a pretty optimized game. And just the art style doesn't look crazy as far as rendering goes, but it's got good lighting effects, it seems.
the whole experience, the fact that we can smoothly go from flying the ship to getting up and walking around to checking the sensor to checking the map to launching out of the ship, grappling onto an enemy ship, attacking it, blowing it up, then jumping away, flying into some station, picking up some items, shooting a rocket launcher, grappling to the surface of a planet, and then boosting up and flying away, attacking robots, and then going back to my ship. Like, it's just like there's so much happening, and it's
PvP. Also PvP. That's something that Sea of Thieves definitely has going for it, is the fact that you can just steal the loot that somebody else just had picked up by just boarding their ship and stealing their stuff. And I think that's a good thing. You could have like PvP only zones if you wanted that. I get that this is an extraction shooter though, but if they're really trying to make like Sea of Thieves in space, I think PvP is required. If they don't add it for release though, I'm sure they can still be successful and have a lot of content. I think it's just something they should consider at some point.
Smooth and fluid, and there's no loading screens when you're within a map. You are loading from like map node to map node as you move through a mission. But while you're within a map, like you're doing all this stuff in the ship, out of the ship, managing, attacking, fighting other ships, fighting the robots, repairing your ship. Like it's crazy. They do a good job of the whole a lot of fires to put out. Like just like Sea of Thieves, you're juggling a lot, you're dealing with a lot. There's always something to consider in all those capacities, and it just the whole thing really enjoyable. Lots of funny and hectic moments that result from this as well as you're juggling all of these different tasks with friends. I'm sure this game's going to be plenty fine solo, but it's absolutely like it's going to be funner and funnier with other people that you're playing with, without question. And as mentioned and already talked about, I think the gun...
It looks fun. I want to try it. I really like Helldivers 2. I've played it quite a bit in the last year, and this has a very similar appeal, but it looks a little more cooperative as far as like the actual objectives and achieving your objective as a team, rather than just like Helldivers is very much just combat centric and very about making lots of big explosions, which is super fun, just in a different way.
gunplay in this game feels fantastic for an indie shooter. It's not even a shooter, right? It's an indie space flying ship management game that also has shooting. So the fact that the gunplay, it just feels as good as it does. Nice surprise. I do have a couple of main early on concerns. Probably my number one complaint at the moment is that you don't carry over anything that you acquired while you were going through a mission. As you go through the nodes and you're picking up these weapons and you're getting ship upgrades and doing all this stuff, and then you get to the final node, you complete the last objective, whether it's just attacking the cargo ship or destroying the anti-air turrets to protect your fleet. You finish the mission, you go back to your hangar, everything you picked up, it's gone. All of that is lost. It does get converted into currency, but man, it just feels bad every time it happens.
Yeah, I think that sounds like it feels bad, because it's just like an extraction shooter. I think would feel better if you're trying to get loot and then extract with said loot, and then that loot in turn turns into like viable upgrades, not just currency to purchase viable upgrades. Helldivers is exactly like that. It's just different currencies that you unlock through playing the game, and you just buy different types of upgrades with different types of currencies, and it works. But I think like it would also be really interesting if like you have to find crafting materials to say like craft the item, or you can just simply find ship upgrades. And then when you bring them back, they're just permanent ship upgrades that are rare drops or something. That could be fun. I don't know. We'll see. It's still in development. There's still a lot to do, and they still have plenty of time to listen to feedback and see what the community wants this game to become. I really like this. I think I'm going to stop the video here, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a like. I'm excited for Jump Ship. Let me open my Steam real quick here. And put that game on my wish list, because that looks super cool, and I want to see what they do with it. And then I think we'll take a little break, and then we're going to hop into our next segment of our show today. We're going to be playing a game. What did I just click on? I just clicked on something. We're going to be playing a game that I think deserves a little bit more attention, and then we're going to hop into some WoW for hopefully a DEADMINES run today. We'll see. Okay. Store. Jump Ship. Yeah. That deserves a wish list. Okay. So there's this game. It's called Born Again Online, I believe. Born Again. It's either Born Again or Born Again Online. Let's find it here in our library. Born Again. Now, this is a game. Let's go to the store page. This is a game that has an interesting concept. It's, if you've ever played Realm, this game is like Realm. It's an MMO. It's basically an MMO, just rogue light. You create a character, you progress that character, and if that character dies, you lose that character. But unlike WoW Classic Hardcore, it's not like hours worth of progression on a character. It's just, you know, minutes or an hour or 2 hours, not hundreds of hours. So this game's fun. I think it could make for some good content, and it's opening on the wrong screen. Let's see if I can get it to swap over. Graphics. Window style. Okay. Full screen. I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of other things real quick for the stream. Let's see. Just change the category real quick. Perfect. I've got to sign in. I want to get my old account because I have progressed quite a bit on this, on a couple characters. I just got to remember what my account even is. What is my password? Or did I just sign in with Google or something? Let's see. Let's do that. I'm just going to go on a short break until I get this figured out. Okay, I believe we got it here. I wanted to see if I can get back to my OBS here. There we go. We are back. So, let's... Okay. So it appears here are our characters. We have this guy who seems fairly progressed. He's got currently 389 honor, which is a currency in this game, and 4 spirits. I'm not sure what spirits are. I think they have been added. Also, the graveyard has been added, and leaderboards. Let's take a look at our leaderboards. Can we see our leaderboards? What is this? Well, would you look at that? Montolio. Look at that. That is crazy. Killed by the mountain dragon. Man. Okay, I want to see... Check out this graveyard real quick. Does this show me... Ah, guys, look at all of these characters I have lost. Look at the loot on this guy. Obsidian bow, not great. They got a rare on him. And an epic. Lost an epic on that guy. How do I... This is definitely buggy, because I can't just go over 1 with a keyboard command. And I can't just drag over. Yep, so that definitely they're gonna... Oh, I quit the game. My bad. They're definitely gonna need to update that. I would love to look through... I've had some big characters I've died on in this game. But without further ado, I suppose we will just hop in, play some runs, and then we'll keep going. I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast, and I'm going to head into the lobby as well. Why is this game not opening? There we go. Play. I think I will... I'm gonna... Yeah, borderless will be better. Okay. I'll be right back. I am back, and we got kicked for being AFK. Welcome back. Thank you, Just Al. Okay. Should we... We could make a new character. I haven't played this game in a while, so I'm going to make a new character to see before I play this character, because I'll just probably end up dying with this character. I don't want to do that with a progress character. Thread of Fate. Up to exalted items. Lose all character progress. Keep items through death. Yeah, we're not doing that. This game is all about playing. And a 1,000 max fame. Interesting. Or honor, not fame. And then this one, all exalted items, no trading, deposit only banking. We'll just go the standard mode. Let's see. No new classes. I have all of the classes unlocked except the assassin. We are going to play a warrior. So, Born Again is a game I played quite a bit a while back, and I thoroughly enjoyed. I believe it deserves a little bit more attention than it has. So that's why we're going to play it today. I guess I'll just show you guys around. This is the bank. Essentially, this is where you can store items. As you can tell, I've got... Is it like Heroes of Hammerwatch? Just wondering. It's a bullet hell in the sense, kind of like that. It's most similar to Realm of the Mad God. Heroes of Hammerwatch is a fun game. I haven't played it a ton. I actually got stuck on the first boss and never picked it up again. But I enjoyed the whole first portion of the game up until the first boss. This is more of like a looter shooter MMO style game. So these are all just drops, different enemies, drop different types of items. And so I've just been like stashing all these items that are rares, and then when you die, you lose items. But in this game, the drop rates aren't so ridiculous that you don't get good items, and players will even fill up their storage like I have and start to even drop good items sometimes, just because of the nature of this game. I'll have to remember how to even play this game. You go into a little realm. This is the main gameplay right here, okay? It's just combat. There's not really anything else to do as far as like MMO stuff to do. It's really just combat, looking for better gear, and then loot from just drops and stuff. And then you can sell and trade that loot, and then there's a raid that happens at the end of basically there's a life cycle of how many bosses get killed on this server. How do I... it's right click. Sitting here like, how do I do my normal attack? It's basically take an MMO, simplify it down to a few buttons, and make it like a more of a roguelike. So there's still other players that we can interact with, trade with. You see, this is this Gloop? I believe this is... So this is the... Whoop. I may rebind my controls. We shall see. And see, when you die, it's permadeath. So now this character's gone, and everything that was on this character is gone. And I should have ran and not fought because I was still like a level 1. Level 20 is the max level, I believe, in this. Oh yeah, let's see. The classes that I really liked, have always really liked, are monk, warrior, samurai. We'll just go straight into combat. Because I've shown you a lot of everything else in the hub world of the game. And as you can see, unlike games like WoW and other MMOs, you don't have a large hotbar with a lot of abilities. All I have are 3 abilities. In fact, you can't even see them because they're behind my camera. Let me walk down here and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. If I turn off my camera here, you guys will be able to see. So right here, you can see I have just this many abilities. In fact, all I have is 3 abilities, and then these are just for like healing items, hotkeys, but they're not abilities. I think this game could be expanded to more than just 3 abilities, but as it stands, it's kind of like a League of Legends almost, with just like each class or character has 3 abilities. But in this game, it does work similar to Albion Online, where your abilities are tied to the gear you have. So as we go through this run, you guys will see that these my attacks and stuff will change based on what gear I'm using. Put our camera back on. And then keybinds real quick. Are all the character names randomly generated, or do you name your guys? I didn't notice. Oh, you name your guys. So, Scallybag is me, because I'm able to use that name, but Scallybags is not available, I'm assuming. Or maybe it's per account, actually. I could go back to the account screen and check. I can't remember which icon is the account screen. It's very pixelated graphics. So this character has, in his auto attack, these are all just auto attacks. I've got these little poke projectiles, that one and that one. And then I've got a slash that does cleave, so that I can hit multiple enemies. Auto fire is on. Auto fire is A for auto fire. So that's another thing, is if you want to play with mouse controls, you can just turn auto fire on, and then once you get close enough to enemies, you will just target them. So I don't even have to do anything but my main abilities. So we'll just farm up, and then I can't remember if there's a loot button or not. I think it's been like 2 or 3 months since I've played this game. And this game is made by like, I think it's like 2 people. And so there's a lot less content than a lot of other games, but I think for the people making this, they've put together an interesting product that has at least a few hours of fun gameplay time every once in a while. And I've even made friends on let's get away from this. I've made friends on some of these servers. There's a guy named Exiled Ronin who's so good at this game. He's always usually on my server, like the #1 guy. But he's given me gear and stuff. He's it's been a good time. Max, there'll be like 30 people on a server. So really small servers, but like it's not like the game world is all that big. What's the map button? See, if I go to the map, this is the whole overworld where bosses are. You can see where players are. And then you can fast travel between safe towns to get to different areas. But I'm not going to do that at the moment because, well, actually I do. Being with, nope, I regret it. See, I'm in a much higher level area now where I will die if I try and fight over there. But being with other players for the end game is, or even leveling, is advantageous, just like in any other MMO. Oh, B is the keybind to go back to the Nexus. Let's take a look at these keybinds real quick. Settings. As far as game design goes, should games reward players for teaming up? In my opinion, I think that it's always a good thing. I prefer games that are cooperative, and I prefer multiplayer games. Like, I find games to be one of the best, like, social experiences in my life. I have always enjoyed the social aspect of games and playing games with my friends and hopping on Discord and playing games with them. And I think that games that naturally reward players for being cooperative or just interacting in any way is a positive thing. However, that falls apart once you want to play a game and it requires players to do certain progression if there's no players playing the game. So, like, this game can kind of stand on its own, but without other players, I won't be able to do any of the high-level enemies, fight any of the high-level enemies, because it's really, you'd need to be in a group, or it's risky, very risky, unless you have very high-level gear and a lot of charms is what they're called. I will get into charms when we find them. Attack is mouse 2. Yeah. Y. F to interact. Mouse 4 to pick up. What can I rebind this to? How can I rebind this? I think I want to move normally. Mouse movement off. Wait. Left, yeah. Up, down. Left control. Oh, I didn't know there was a move slow bind. It's kind of interesting. I will put move slow on 4. auto attack will be Z. Interact will be Shift. Attack. Can't do mouse button 1 for attack, so mouse button 2 will stay. And then our abilities. Where are our abilities? Use equip 1, 2, and 3. So I want to do use consumables. And we'll do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? Interesting. Move slow must be used for, like, dodging. Because this game is very much about dodging attacks from bosses. Escape B. We'll make that escape. Other than that, I think... Are there cliffs or ledges you can fall from? No, you cannot. There's just invisible walls. Ah, I remember kind of why. Okay. I remember why I played with mouse movement. Because... So this game is cross-platform between mobile and... whatchamacallit. Cross-platform between mobile and... I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Cross-platform between mobile and PC. And on Steam. And so... you have this, like, control system that... Oh, no, it's fine. They fixed it. So it used to be the case that when you had the controls set to be keybinds for moving, you couldn't move or aim your abilities with your mouse. Instead, what it did is you had to... This guy's kind of a high level. I'm only level 2. Instead, what you had to do was set it to follow the mouse, and then you could actually aim your abilities. But it seems they've fixed that issue, and I like that because I like to move with the keyboard keys. But I also need to be able to actually aim. So it's just a slow grind of a game. But it's a good game. What is this? In fact, we just got our first piece of gear. I forget what bag is the... tab is bag. Okay. Drop some stuff that we don't need. Kill off all the little mobs. So yeah, you can only die from mobs. And you can also bail at any point. back to the Nexus, and it is a very, very short, almost instantaneous cooldown. So this boss has chance of dropping high tier loot, even at a low, so I can get end game loot, which this game is all about just like doing runs and getting loot that when you die, it just is destroyed and you lose it. So they're willing to give you at low drop rates, but they're willing to give you the chance to get really high end game loot right at the beginning. This boss, the very first boss you can interact with, can give you a samurai sword. In fact, I think he can give you, yeah, the slime can give you a weapon in, I'm pretty sure, every single class ability, or like they can drop a slime staff, a slime sword, a slime katana, slime kunai, kunais for the shoni, or I can't remember which. Yeah, I think it might be the shoni. Ooh, what am I getting hit by? This guy? I gotta get used to my new keybinds. Okay, so we just leveled up. Level up. When you level up, you always get max health. So that's something you also should keep in mind. Okay, realm sealed. So how this works is once enough bosses have been killed, the realm gets sealed. The Arbitel, what's up, man? Hey, thanks for joining. How are you doing, man? So once the realm is sealed, you can still leave. I'm not sealed in here for the raid. But what we're doing is the boss is now gonna take everybody in this realm into the raid. And I'm level 4, so I'm not gonna do this because I will get one shot by like every mob that's here. Got a background change, LOL, nice, like the blinds. Thank you. Yeah, it's looking nice. Okay. Let's see. It appears you walk slower in town. You're just always at your slow walk speed, I feel like. So, let's see. We take armor. So there's different types of armor. These are both pretty good, pretty decent drops. This is basically just like the highest tier uncommon before you start to get like rare items. This one's really good. 50% damage reflection, and you get +4 strength, which gives you more just DPS in general. So what we're going to do is this piece of gear, in fact, actually drops from another level 4 boss. So he's another early game boss, but it's a rare drop to get. We're just going to throw that away because that's just your spawn gear. And then look at all of these. These are all for the monk, which is the class I'm playing right now. I've got all of these gears that I've found. And so we'll probably use one of these duplicates, these chieftain maulers, because that's what this game is about. I've got so much gear, I'm rich in this game right now. So it's okay if I lose some of it if I do end up dying. But I probably won't die because now I have way stronger armor. I'm going to do way more DPS. Let's see if we can find some caltrops. I've got these cracked obsidian caltrops that are uncommon, and they're doing... Or I can use a hook shot. Now, the hook shot is for pulling enemies. Do I want to... Like, what's the play style? This is more... The enemies just kind of come to you anyway. This gives me... I feel like this is better. So we'll take that, and then let's look at Tabby. And this gives us, I believe, agility is the stat that you're looking at. The icon is not very clear on what that +4 stat even is. Let's see. I don't think I have any other shoes. I do have Amulet of Defense. See, my guy scales with, like, defense. I'm very much a tank character. So strength and defense, or even health is good. Vigor, this is a good one. This one wouldn't be very good for me because it's dexterity. So I think just because... actually, what's this one? Yeah, see, this is for a different class, most likely. We'll just do this one for now. And now we're a kitted character. So we went from being a level 1 and going in the world and fighting some mobs without any gear. And now we go in left shift to get in. Okay, that's my interact, huh? Drop, drop, drop. Because we don't need any of that shitty gear. This has like a projectile that I can do, and then this is now caltrops in kind of like an X fashion. So there is variance in some of these things. And we're just smacking mobs now because this is endgame loot for the most part. This is like not the best in the game. Definitely not best in slot, but it is endgame loot. It's like early endgame loot. Both of these are. This Chieftain Mauler actually is endgame loot. And it's a really common drop actually. But I really like this weapon. Because this, giving you range, look at that, 400 damage. I can one-shot almost everything that I need to get like good XP at the moment. Okay, let's go find... It appears... It's telling me to go fight specifically these guys. Here's this boss. This guy... I'm trying to remember, what does this guy drop? I think this guy drops a barrel item. Like, every boss in this game has good items that they can drop. So you can sit and farm low-level bosses... at max level to get high tier gear. Okay, and then here's the other aspect of the game. Common spirit. I have no idea what this spirit is. That's better. We don't need that. So, spirit is a new thing in the game. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's a new currency. So we'll definitely want to explore that a little bit. Ooh. And then you have these blessings, and they go on this thread of fate. That this is basically, instead of getting, well, alongside normal stat increases like health and defense that you get from leveling up, you also get these passives via blessings. And so, like, this is healing on an enemy kill. And they all have different bonuses, for sure. Like, this one, I'll probably end up taking it off, because you can remove them later. But it's better than not having it right now. It's really good for... Well, you know, it's really good for, like, endgame on the overworld, is what I say. I call it the overworld. I thought I bound this to pick up, but thought I bound shift to be able to loot, but I think it might be double bound, so it might be conflicting. So yeah, the progression, like, the leveling is super quick in this game because you're going to die. Like, that's just how this game works. And so It's quick runs, quick progression. See, I don't need another one of those. What do these do? What is essence used for? 8 spirits. Okay. So it's for getting spirits. But what are spirits used for? Okay. Let's go up here. So it's pointing me in the direction of enemies that are like better scaled for my level. But also, if I kind of walk around this area, you can find signposts that will give you quests to kill like specific things in the area. So basically, it'll just be like, there's a quest somewhere to kill a bunch of these things, and then kill the boss of this area. And you get more XP for doing those quests. So I am going to try and find some signposts as I go through here, unless they removed the signposts. Because I haven't seen any yet. This game's always been updated. I've looked at footage from when this game first came out, and it's very, very different from when this game first... yeah, it's very different now than when it first came out. The developers are very active as well. It's got a small community, but it's a small, active community of people who play this game, and the developers are always doing events for holidays, and so they're always having like rare drops that are unique just for Christmas, Halloween, Valentine's Day, all of them. I didn't play. I haven't played since I think the Christmas event was the last time I was on, and I didn't even play very much of it, so I don't even think I have any gear. Probably died, lost my gear. Let's see, throwing this. Ooh. Okay, we're good. So we want to get this padded tabby. That's better. And forged caltrops, which are worse, I believe. 95. Oh yeah, they're way worse. Way worse. Okay. Let's see. 2, 1. Spirit captured. Nice. Yeah, I'm real curious what spirits are. Maybe there's new stuff you can buy in the Nexus world. You can buy some endgame gear too, which is cool, with this currency. And you simply just gain this currency. You can't buy this currency. You only gain it by playing the game. It's honor, and then when you die, you gain it into your account. So this 684 is from past characters, and there's all sorts of things you can spend it on. The developers are pretty good, I feel like, monetization with their choice in monetization. Ooh, I think this is a new enemy type. Bullfrog Shaman? Yeah, I've never fought this guy. This guy's new. Yo. He's tough. Come here. I kind of like that. Another enemy type that can spawn in the frog area that's higher level than the frog area itself. Okay, so we got a gem. Gems are very valuable in this game. They're essentially your good tradable currency, and they have a specific use, which is why they're a good tradable currency. Let's grab another one of those because that's good. We've already got the padded tabby, so we don't need another set of them. Unless, of course, you want to stockpile stuff, but I don't want to stockpile like that low level of gear in my vault, my storage. So, these gems, I can use gems to upgrade focus type blessings. Okay, so you see how this blessing is green? And it as 0 out of 20. I can use green gems to upgrade the support blessings on my character and make them better. So this is essentially a lot of endgame progression is getting these gems. But then you can also use these gems because everything, there's no auction house or anything, which I do think that auction houses would be good in this game. I think you would have an easier time purchasing items between member or players, because right now it's all facilitated through trading, which means you usually will buy items from other players for crystals unless you have other items to trade them. Those are pretty much the only two ways. There's no like standard currency. And so one person might only be looking for like focus crystals. In fact, I think focus crystals are one of the more valuable crystals. And then everything's just kind of tiered items. So like this is a tier 1 healing item, and then this is a tier 2 healing item, and it gives me 10 more healing. So everything's very simple in this game. It's a very simple game, but it's got a lot of that like just like I want to go grind some mobs appeal, and then get that like get some good loot. Yeah, see now just dodging those projectiles, get him with a big hit, and then we'll put these down where they'll kind of all be. Everything's on cooldown at the moment. Let's see. Get a spirit. Some more amulets of defense. And then we'll just scoot on over here. Yo. So yeah, this is the leveling experience in the game. And then once you get to level 20, what you can do is you can if you go to a world boss and fight the raid and you survive till the boss is killed, when you're a level 20, you can prestige your character, and what it'll do is it'll set them back to level 1 again. You'll keep all your gear, but you'll gain 2 more slots on your thread of fate for more blessings. And the last time I played this game, you could do that twice and get more blessings. You can continue to prestige your character beyond that for honor. Spirits. Wait. Essence gets you honor and spirits. Okay. I'm still curious about the spirits business and what it is. But we're making quick work of the leveling. I forget how fast leveling is in this game. You can have an end game character in this game in like less than an hour. If you played like one character for an hour, you would probably even have them fairly close on as long as you didn't die, of course, permadeath. You could probably have them pretty close as far as like having quite a bit of crystals leveled up. Crystals are very rare drops though. Okay, we're gonna go kill the Gorilla King, because he drops a good bonus. Oh, this is also a good... We'll put the finesse on. Whoa. See ya. Chunky damage. Put the caltrops down. And then we just gotta keep dodging. Dodging and weaving, dodging and weaving. That's all this game is about. The art in this game is, I would say, hit or miss. Like, some of these enemies, like this Gorilla King, I think he's got some really good pixel art. It's very clear what he is. His animations are nothing special, but they're effective, and, like, I know when he's attacking, he's got clear telegraphed attacks. So, nothing to complain about. Oh, I threw that in the wrong direction. However, in some scenarios, some of the enemies do feel very like they need an update in their art style. Especially the hill giants. There's hill giants in this game that if we get to the point where we show you those, I think they look pretty bad, if I'm just being completely honest. And I think that the developers should update some of the models. The elephant models are great. I really love those ones. I really love these, the monkey mobs. Like this guy. This guy's cool. He looks like an interesting mob, but some of those other guys, I'm telling you, there's something off about them. Slice and dice. So Fury, this gives me Fury on enemy kill. And I believe Fury is just a thing that gives you attack power and speed. And so it's a very big thing in this game is Fury. If you want to do lots of DPS, Fury's good for that. People just keep killing all the bosses because it's directing us back to this guy at level 16. And yeah, see, that guy just killed him. So we gotta find... It wants us to just kill these things. These things are level 9. Where are all the... Man, I'm gonna go back to, let's see. This is the monkey area. Yeah, let's go back here. This is another thing. The fast travel, people use the fast travel a lot in this game. So what they'll do is they'll go to one boss, kill it, and then just fast travel to another location and then go to that boss, kill that one, because bosses give the most XP and they have the highest chance for dropping gems, as well as they have their rare drops as far as gear goes. So once you're level 20, there's really no point in fighting normal mobs anymore because you're not leveling. All you want is gear and gems. And so the best way to do that is just fast travel, kill the mob, and then go to the next one. But you'll get to the point where you got a group of people running and doing the exact same thing, and you got to compete for those bosses, because sometimes when you have like 2 or 3 level 20 people, they'll show up and kill Monkey King in like 3-4 seconds. And if you don't do any damage to Monkey King, the drop rates are based off of how much damage I believe you do to not drop rates on the items specifically, but whether or not you get a drop from the boss. Because it sometimes will or will not drop actual items alongside the blessing. It will always drop the blessing, and potentially now this spirits, or this essence. Yeah, this common spirit. Let's just get some heals going. Got him with that. Hide behind the wall. It's really annoying. Okay. Dude. Bro. Alright. We killed him. So yeah. It will always drop a blessing. It will sometimes drop this, and I think it always drops a large spirit. Traditional tabby, so that's even 1 tier up. So we're just getting gear. Lots of gear all the time. Because we're going to lose it. So that's how it works. But this game makes me want to try WoW Classic Hardcore. However, I don't know if I'll really enjoy that, but... Okay, so the more of this I get, the more honor I get. Okay. So, get essence. One must get essence. Yes, sir. Yeah, see, this guy, that hammer, that's a really high tier hammer. He's also got a hat on. Hats are cosmetic only. They don't give you any bonuses or anything. They are like one of the only things I believe you can even buy with medallions, which are like purchasable in-game currency. So for the most part, you can't really spend medallions to get too much as far as progression or end-game gear goes, which is good because this is permadeath. So you shouldn't be spending real money on gear that you are then going to permadeath die with. I think that's bad game design. I think if the game has permadeath, but it's just giving you the gear for playing the game, then you're good. So it's requesting we fight these mobs over here. Oh yeah, so this is we're level 20 now. So basically, we could go fight these this central area with all this lava. This is endgame area, and all mobs in endgame areas are always level 21. But I know that if I go in there, especially without other people to deal DPS as well, I will die. But they do drop some good fruit. I take a lot of damage from these things. They do a lot of damage over time. Everything causes, like, fire. Slow. But if I kite a mob or two, it's working, actually. Yeah, but if I walk in the lava, there's also damage over time, so I've got to be careful. Okay. So, definitely cheesing them a little bit, but it's working, so... See, these high-end enemies, they have chances to drop. So what they'll drop is higher tier fruit, like grapes, and probably just all grapes, honestly. And higher tier fruit is definitely better. It's just a higher level healing item. And so I like to stack up a lot of fruit. In fact, I'll probably fill up my normal inventory with another 5 pieces of fruit before going into the endgame boss, because he does a lot of DPS, and it's usually very much like burst DPS, and he'll pick like one person to aggro and just like really punish them. So sometimes you have to like save your character by just spamming a bunch of healing items, but the game lets you do that. So the game will let me like I could use 2 of these apples at the exact same time. Okay, the realm's sealed. So we're going to go in, and we're going to kill off the Lord. This guy's the harder of the raid bosses, too. We'll see. These endgame enemies feel weaker than they used to be, so maybe they've done some balancing changes since I've last played. or there's some sort of scaling going on based on how many players are in the lobby at the moment, because it's not a hot time of the day. That's for sure. There's not very many people playing. Yeah, like 4 people, 3 people. And then there's some that spawn on this side. So 5 people are going to go try and do this raid. That's just a normal enemy in this raid. And they can drop mangoes, which are the highest level of healing item, which is good. That little green star, that's a support character that's dropping those. Those are healing stuff. I could pick it up, but I believe it has 2 stacks. So I wanted to leave it for someone else who is lower than I was at least. But yeah, look how much damage I'm taking from these guys, and we haven't even started the boss. So here's the boss. He goes through. So right now, you see his bar's red. When his bar's red, he can take damage, and usually he's more aggressive, and he also does a lot of pushback and pushing me into the fire. So we gotta bail out here. Didn't get it in time for the heal. There's a lot of pushback, but right now he was in a defensive mode. His bar was like green and blue. Gotta dodge these. Whoa. Lots of projectiles. See, he wants me. Oh, and that's it. That's it, chat. The monk's gone. The gear's gone. R.I.P. And that, my friends, is Born Again. So we gained some honor and some rage internally. And that is Born Again. I will not play and lose my Bastion character that's currently sitting at 300 and... I think I've prestiged this guy. Yeah, it looks like I've just prestiged this guy twice, and I still haven't found my last bonus for my build. I'm not sure which bonus I was actually looking for. But yeah, that's Born Again. Thanks for joining for the Born Again segment. We will take a break from this at the moment, I think. I enjoyed playing it. Showing it off, but let's get into some WoW. Oh, some Alt-Tab. World of Warcraft. Okay, DEADMINES for the first time in World of Warcraft Classic. Oh, I had the category not update correctly. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we'll get this WoW booted up. I'm going to take a quick break, step away for a second, and then we're going to go find the DEADMINES. I've been playing this other character off stream, Scallybags. Original character, the Warlock, is who we will be playing today, because he's high enough level to go to the DEADMINES. All right, I'll be right back. And we are back. Checking out the Dust Plains. Okay, so I know that the agenda is to finish off this quest that we're right next to. Oh man, I forgot what happened yesterday, dude, on stream. I was so tired, guys. I got like the worst sleep like 3 nights in a row, and it was just like compounding. And that last night I got like 4 hours of sleep, and I was just like, I want to hit peak time to play WoW on stream. And I hit peak time, but I was exhausted and I couldn't even like formulate thoughts. So we were just like in the middle of this quest when I stopped streaming, because I was just like, I need to go to bed. So we're gonna do that, and then the dead mines. Let's check if at least the dead mines are. That's the hope, the goal. If we don't get to the dead mines today, that'll be fine. But I know we're in the area, so. Damn, I low-key really want to start playing Warrior on stream. I have really enjoyed playing the Warrior. I played a game back in the day. You see, young Scallybags wanted to play World of Warcraft so bad, but couldn't because he didn't have a computer, and, you know, $15 a month was a lot to ask, and, you know, my parents definitely couldn't afford that. And so there was just more important things to be spending our money on. And so we couldn't play World of Warcraft. I didn't know about RuneScape, nor whether or not it was free. And I did have a tablet. I ended up, you know, kind of being a tablet kid, growing up in the early 2000s. And we got this game called Heroes of Order and Chaos. Now let me come down here real quick so that I can... Let's call our boy over here. Because Heroes of Order and Chaos, now that game is very special to me. So allow me to pull up a tab here and show you guys some photos. Heroes of Order and Chaos. Now, I may have shown this on stream before, but I wanted to talk about specifically, not characters. There was Mendel, I believe they were called Mendel Warriors. I was a warrior. And there was a Mendel race, which was like this game's equivalent to like the Final Fantasy like short person race, and this game's equivalent to like the gnome race, the short person race in this game, and or like the goblin race too a little bit, or like in fact the what they remind me the most of is WoW's Yordles. In fact, they feel very inspired by that. But this game is much more like trying to copy WoW in general. But before WoW came out, or their like WoW clone, because this is Gameloft. Gameloft made clones back in the day, and these are like the models. And I remember I made a warrior, and I got him to like level 38 or something. So like that was the furthest I ever progressed in an MMO. And my guy, dude, he was looking badass, bro. That's a really... Let me find a high quality image. This is from the second game. They made a second one, and they closed them both down at the same time. I personally think that the second one was worse. And they should have just added more to the first game. but that's just me. Oh man, dude. There was a game called Order and Chaos. Or Heroes of Order and Chaos. Oh, Heroes of Order and Chaos is a different game. So Heroes of Order and Chaos is their it's their MOBA. It's their League of Legends clone. And then Order and Chaos Online is their WoW clone online. Let's see. Yeah. Mendel Warrior. Dude, is their page still up? Dude, no way. The Amazon page, so I had it on a Kindle Fire. So this is the original page. And the original ads, or at least this was the ads from when it was shut down. I remember these images. I even remember this area. This was like the main town right here. This was basically Stormwind of this game right here. And there was always hella people in here. Man. I wish this game still had servers up. Like, for a mobile game, they did pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. They had multiple races. They had elves, maybe even 2 different types of elves, humans, orcs, trolls. Well, actually, I'm not sure about trolls. They had undead. I do remember undead. This is an elf right here. All of these images are such low quality because these are probably people playing this on their like iPod 4 or their Kindle Fire like me. Dude, look at this. This is the second game. I can tell by the UI. The UI is so much better in the first game. Everything was better in the first game. Everything. This was the character creation screen. See, Order in Chaos 2. They like their art looked better in the second game, but that was like the only thing they improved. Like they managed to make the UI rather like uncluttered too. So you had like this was like an auto run button, and then you could just like run with this side, pan around with this. These were like your main abilities. You had this little arrow. You would just click on that arrow and it would slide out a hotbar from top to bottom right here of more abilities. And you only ever needed that in combat. So like when you're in a main town, you could just collapse that away. And then like the plus sign just gets you into like the rest of your menus. So it was rather uncluttered as far as like, this is what mobile games need, because when you start to just like throw up a UI on a tiny screen, it's the most horrendous experience to play. And I actually have a lot of love for mobile games because of games like this. And I feel like the mobile game genre is simultaneously the biggest and worst market for gaming. Like mobile gaming makes more money every year than console and PC combined. Yet it has the worst titles. And they're all horrendously monetized. This game wasn't. I mean, it was monetized. There was plenty of pay-to-win stuff, but WoW has plenty of pay-to-win stuff. At least retail. All right. That's enough about this. Let's get back on the real. This is the peak of, like, the MMO world right here. Was when this game first came out. Or perhaps in one of its early expansions. And we are experiencing it for the first time in 2025. And it's quite good. Quite enjoyable. Oh. Whoopsie. Didn't put that debuff on him. We're just warming up. We gotta, like, warm up every day. This game is a lot harder in combat than I would think. Because they do like abilities and debuffs and everything very well. Between the different enemy types in every area. So, like, we've got this guy's a knuckle duster, and he's got a whole different set of abilities because he just punches you. Than this Pathstalker, which is like a warrior character. All right. Oh, let's loot. Let's go get our loot from her. Let our tank heal just a couple ticks, and then we just need highwaymen, which I don't see any at the moment. So we'll just keep on keeping on and fight our way to them. I'll light you up, boy. Debuffed. Yeah. Yeah. Channel. Perfect. Perfect work. Oh yeah. Okay, our bag's been recently cleared. At least I did that favor for myself before I went to bed yesterday. Oh, here we go. Corruption. He wants me. Okay, so the highwaymen are rogues. See, every like character kind of just corresponds to the class. At least so like when it comes to the human NPCs, which makes a lot of sense because these are also the classes that you can play as a human character, which makes this feel like real, you know, a real group of outlaws. Channeling early. I forget that if I move, then it turns off my wand ability. Give it to me. Thank you. Puts us at 6. Let's make a health stone. How's it going? Oh, do you need help? You probably need help, don't you? Okay. She evaded away. Is she okay? Let's give her a health stone. And back to our quest.
I can't cast that yet.
Come on. Can you cast it now? Thank you, boy. These guys are tough. Let's just see if we can kill one of them. Okay. Corruption. And then we're gonna fear him away, which might be a bad idea, but I think he ran in a good direction. I think we'll be okay. The second, yep. Please get his guy aggro. Okay. No. Okay. I literally was like, I could click this. I could click this on this screen, and it will save me. But I was like, you got to do it on the mouse because you're trying to get used to your like huge keybind mouse, bro. And I hit the wrong button. I hit 7 instead of 10. And now I'm dead. I only needed to kill 2 more, too. This game's hard. Press one wrong button and you die. Need healer and 1 more DPS. Well, I feel like what? How do you know like what level shit they're running, you know? Wrong button. Because they're asking for a healer and 1 more DPS, but like, are they running dead mines? Because they're in Westfall. Let's ask. Because my guess is they're not doing dead mines. Am I on the wrong side of the mountain? I'm not sure. Oh, no. I just have to go up here. Sometimes you always forget, like... what level are these guys? Dude, are we going into our... I'm a level 18. Hold on. 24? We go straight to the bosses? Okay. I'm new, but I'll do my best. I am dead. I need to not be dead. I will gather all the mobs. You all stay back till I tell you can move up. Okay. So, Do I need to go meet up with them? Or, like, how does this work? Please tell me I just have this one guy on me. Bye-bye. New follow. Loco Killer. Right on. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, shit. He want me. Oh, we gotta go. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Add me on Discord. No. Sorry. Not interested. Okay. So, oh, do I need to head to them. Let me go to them. Because it appears that they are all grouping up. Okay, this will be good. We've got a level 60 on our team, so we're just gonna, like... Why is there a pillager right here, bro? Oop. Okay, this is the group. We got Pedrunky. Did you guys understand? Yes, I understand. I do not aggro mobs, they aggro mobs. I only DPS mobs. My Voidwalker is to protect me. They're doing just fine. Although I am a little worried about the level 15. Because they could just get, like, smacked. Whoa. Did my... Oh, he made his way down. What is that? Stamina? Okay. I don't think I got the quest for this before I entered, but hey. So this is the first dungeon, huh? It's a cool cave. Wool cloth. Shadow wand. Dude, this is so easy because they're just literally aggroing every single mob. Bro. I don't know if this is the best experience for my very first dungeon, honestly. Hey, look at these people. They're getting one shot. I'm getting carried through the first dungeon I've ever done. Dang. Weapon enchantment? That's cool. But how do I get... I want a weapon enchantment. Yeah, dude. I don't need. This guy's not even fighting. Pedrunki. He's just letting the level 60 do everything. That's so funny. I can't click on it. The left click versus right click is so interesting. Oh. Oh. Living flame. Nice. That's so cool. They can spawn basically the same thing I can. Greed. I got it. I greed all of them. I'm a greedy fucker. Where's everybody? Did they? Oh, they're over here. Where did all these mobs come from? Is it? Is it shift next? Shift next? Shift next? That's right. Okay. I was like, I'll just put the debuff on him.
I need a target.
Huh. Hello. Okay. Well. Okay. Let's put him on passive. How do I dismiss said summon? Dude. Dude, they're so mean to me. Someone can't read.
I don't have a target. That spell isn't ready yet.
Don't tell me what to do. I kill the mobs if I want to. And my headphones aren't working. Can you talk to me on chat, by the way? Which game do you stream mostly? Dude, no. I'm not going to talk to you on chat. Because, you know why? Because you're not even viewing. I know that you're not viewing. I always know. I'm not going to talk to you on Discord either. Just so you're aware.
I need to target something.
See?
That ability isn't ready yet.
Dude, I'm so doing this dungeon later by myself. This is kind of lame, honestly. I'm not even doing the dungeon. So we're just running with a level 60. This level 24 is not even doing anything. He's just here. I mean, I'm sure I'll get a lot of XP. I'll probably run this dungeon a few times if I can find people that are more of the right level.
I can't pass that yet.
See? We can kill one mob, while that lady takes on all of the other ones. Yeah, see, this is where being able to actually use, like, your summon commands on the fly is something that I don't, like, I haven't really figured out how to do that other than just, like, go attack this guy. And like, found out muscle memory for it. What is this? Leather? I can't remember what I was saying. Oh well. Not a big deal. Ooh. I know this dungeon all too well. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, it seems to be like a very common dungeon.
Thank you.
It's like one of the first dungeons you can do in the game. Dungeons seem to be very good XP locations. So, at least that's what people have told me in game. I will get this entire tunnel. Okay. Melissa Dykes at Scallybags. Watch this. Huh. Those chats aren't coming through. Only I see those. Interesting. Cool. The moderator, the auto mod, is catching those. Why is the priest all the way back there? Alright. Greed rolls all day long. Ooh, look at those goblins. This is the first time I'm seeing goblins. There's so many of them. Dude, they've got the mech. This is so lame. We're just sitting here. Like, there is no reason that me and Pedruki shouldn't be fighting right now. I'm level 18. This is a level 18 to 24 dungeon. He's level 24. And we're with a level 60. There's no reason we shouldn't be currently fighting. Like, this is just boring. And they're just telling us not to fight just because we have a level 60. That means you're the only one that gets to fight stuff. Until I start shooting stuff, then they will. Like, I get it. Don't be stupid on it. But lots. Okay, there's lots of loot inside these dungeons. Dude, I don't even know what I have and haven't got. So much is coming through. Elbow. Ello. I hope you doing good. I am doing good. I hope you are as well. I also hope that you're not here for me to add you on Discord or... I was rooted for a second. Just saying. Don't want to be added on. Huh? Why is this guy attacking me? Okay. What am I doing? I didn't do anything. What did I do? I don't understand. Dude, they kicked me from the group because I don't understand. That's fucking crazy. He said keep out of combat. Why is... Oh, it's caps. I'm literally high enough level for this dungeon. Whatever. Dude. Pedruki, you are now my mortal enemy. Okay? I'm here just trying to enjoy the game for the first time. And you big ego mans who's been playing this game for the last 20 years. And don't have the balls. LOL. What do you mean? I don't have the balls. You were the one sitting there loading a level. Sitting there letting a level 60 do all the work. In this game too, so obviously am bad. And take 1 hour to make the dungeon. Okay, man.
Need help?
I mean, I did join their group and then aggro the mobs, so I understand why they're mad. But I don't see a reason to be rude to a new player in a game, because all that does is push players away from the game that's supposed to be a cooperative, positive adventure experience. So, you know, I'm glad I got kicked, because now at least I'll get to see like the rest of the dungeon for the first time while actually playing the dungeon and see like the boss and stuff. Because that was lame. Just run through the dungeon and let one person's allowed to play the game. Why do you need 4 people? Were they literally just trying to fill a group so they could do the dungeon? Well, I mean, we did the DEADMINES dungeon. That was on the agenda. I should be... getting my new guy out here. They're always looking for a healer, huh?
What do you want from me?
Okay. Questy tracker. Let's see. We'll head back. Well. The highwaymen can show up here? Also, how have I never discovered this location yet?
That's still charging.
Oh, why are you set on... You're on passive at the moment. Dude, get his aggro, please. Thank you. That guy was giving me a run for my money. Okay. What does that one do again? Oh. Stay at its current location. Now go. I do the wrong commands sometimes. Can't do that while moving. Get him. Yes, sir. This one re-upped. Blast. Blast. And we'll channel his life energy away. Whoa. Just curious if I did keep some of the stuff that I got in that dungeon. Like that. That I can sell. What level do you have to be to use that? Requires level 13.
I can't cast that yet.
Okay. I guess the guys spawn over maybe in this cottage that I need to kill. Yeah, there's a couple of them.
That's still recharging.
Here we go. Nah, I don't really need a group. I'm not gonna be here long.
That's still recharging.
Perfect. Hey, hey, I got both those mobs. Okay, yep, and that's it. Is there anything else in there? There's a chest in there, and she didn't even notice. Bro, my chest. Oh. Now we can just go turn this chest in, or quest in. Quest in, chest in. And then, what's down there? The coastal menace, keeper of the flame. The coast isn't clear. So there's some coastal. Some coastal business. I can't remember. There was another area I also wanted to go check out. That seemed like it had a lot of questing to be done. Let's see. These are just some players.
Light be with you. Well met.
I guess, yeah, I guess we'll.
For the Alliance.
Okay. So if we go to repeatable quests. Uh-huh. I think it was this area. Yeah. Encroaching Knolls. So that is going to Goldshire. Yeah, I guess Stormfeather. Yeah, that's the area I guess we could go to, unless we want to try and do this coastal quest. I think I want to go the other way, so let's go to the Griffin Master. We'll come back here when we do the Deadmines again. Let's see. Okay.
How are you?
I do need a ride, in fact, to Stormwind. Just save us a little bit of time. Ugh. The Stonefield Farm. Flying back through. Oh yeah, I had to check something. There we go. Okay. We're good. Looking good, feeling good. Okay. Oh. I'm back. So we go to the main gates. There he is. Pedruki. Fucking asshole. To be fair, I ruined his... Or, well, not ruined. I got the priest to kill, but... She was too low level.
Light be with you.
I guess we'll go here. Just you wait till we have a gnome guild. Then we won't have to interact with any dwarves that think they're better than us because they're taller than us. All right, weapons, no, auctions. That's what we need. Let's get in here. The barbaric battle axe. Ooh, starting price. My goodness. That is nice. We'll do a 30. Buy out for 30. That's soulbound. Binds when equipped. Pattern heavy woolen cloak. Tailoring. I guess. Let's see, do we have any other greens? I think that's it. So, coarse stone. I don't need this coarse stone. I don't know what it's for. But we'll just give like a buyout of like just a little bit more. I don't really care. First time chat. Jessica Fuzzy, how are you? Queso HS. What's good? I like the setup. Thank you. I appreciate it. We just need to find some general goods, feller.
I buy and trade.
This is the innkeeper. We can just sell all these things. Small egg. Rusty hammer. Okay. Heavy stone. Is that different? Is that a ball sack? I'm not trying to be weird though. Yeah, yes it is. It is a ball sack. I drew it for the stream. In fact, his name is Balzac. Like Ball Zach. W. Yeah, absolutely. He's a huge dub for the channel. I'm gonna get an emoji for. I want to like unlock the emojis when we get to affiliate, and when we do, I've got an emoji. I've already made it of him, and then I've got a couple other ones that I've made, and until then, I didn't have time to do it before this stream, but until then, until we get affiliate and are able to release those as something you guys can use to interact, I'm gonna just display them here on the side of the screen above my camera, like right there, in that empty space. We're gonna display all the emojis. So hopefully that'll be set up by tomorrow. That's the goal. Okay.
Be careful.
Let's go to the storage. If you could upgrade something on your setup, what would you do? Buy lighting equipment, I think.
Greetings.
But I think more important than upgrading my setup is to become a better streamer. I want to just like try and have a better stream every single day when I put out a stream. Have like more interesting stuff to do. Like right now we're just playing some WoW, which is great. I'm down for it. Having a great time, but I want to do segments. We did a couple segments today on stream, which was a really good time. We are running out of storage space. Can I get more in any way? That's cool. I need to get a camera before I upgrade anything. Yeah, that's fair. Camera is huge. What are you using right now? Chunk of boar meat, wool cloth, Westfall stew, lesser healing potion. I'm running out of storage space here, and I'm thinking if anyone knows how to set up. Amazing how quickly storage runs out in this game. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about it right now. Is there any way to expand this storage at all? I have no mic either. Oh yeah. Mic. I feel like mic is important. But you don't need to go crazy. This is just a USB mic. It's nothing too crazy, and I feel like it sounds pretty good. So, and I've had nicer mics in the past, but yeah, you can expand it. Where do I go to expand it? Am I in the right place? I feel like I might be. Oh, not sure where the option is in Bagon though. I need to buy a backpack thing at the dealer. At the banker dealer or somewhere? Or at a dealer at the bank. Let's see. That's a player. Try clicking some of the icons on your bank. Yeah.
King's honor, friend.
Okay.
Light bless you.
No.
Light be with you.
Options? Whoa. Huh. What? I just don't know what this add-on. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, it may be something that I will have to look up. How do I? Let's see. Maybe I can. Hold on. Okay, wait. Frame settings. Frame, enable frame. So if I have that on, will it work now when I talk to you? Aha! There we go. I figured it out. Do you have Elden Ring? I do have Elden Ring. It's actually on the list for a very soon stream. I want to play through Elden Ring. And oh, Darkmoon Fair is outside Stormwind. What is that? Is that an event or something? Dude, I want that game so bad. Yeah, Elden Ring, I want to play it. We might do, my girlfriend and I might do a couple stream where we play through it and we swap off every time we die because we think that would be really funny for stream. Because let's just say our skills in video games are on two very different levels. I'm a veteran and she's a beginner. I would like to purchase more. Yes. I get 1 extra bag slot for that. Wait. Oh, wait. I can put a bag in the storage. I get it. Okay, so now I need to get a bag. Yeah, it's a periodic event. It's a lot of work. What specifically is a lot of work? The event? Whoop, whoop. Switching off every time you die? Oh, yeah. Well, if we do it, I will likely move my whole setup, and set things up specifically for a couple streams so that all we have to do is switch off like a game controller, and that's it. Like we won't be sitting. Obviously, we won't be sharing like my computer screen. We'll probably be playing on a TV, and so I'll have to figure out. I'm running in circles here, thinking about what I'm trying to do. Anywho, let's go out to that Darkmoon Fair. Outside Stormwind. So it's this way. Dude, if I had Elden Ring, I would try and play with you. Yeah, you have to have the add-on for that. Well, and I think there's a way to play in game now, co-op. But it's setting up south of Goldshire. Oh, okay. So is it? It's just being set up at the moment, but it's not. Like, there's not a ton to do, or what? Not sure you can do anything with it yet. That's okay. This is the direction we need to go anyway, so we might as well go check it out. You said that it is south of Goldshire, so it's like down here-ish. That one newer boss just spawned in Elden Ring? Yeah. They made a new boss they added in the game. Or got added, I meant. Yeah. What do you think? Should we play Elden Ring on stream? Yeah? Okay. I'll see what I can do. Maybe it was already talked about potentially being part of tomorrow's stream. or basically the whole thing tomorrow. Let's see. If we do it as a couple stream, then that will just kind of be the whole stream. If it's just me streaming, then I'll probably just do like a couple of different segments in the stream, just chatting, then some gaming, and then some more gaming, and of course we'll play some WoW. Do you have a daily job? If too personal, that's fine. Yes and no. I am a freelance graphic designer, so that's the only thing I really do at the moment. I used to have a job as I was a cook as well, but just before Christmas, I actually ended up having to leave that job. There was let's just say a situation with the people I was working for, and we couldn't work together anymore. So I ended up having to make the decision to leave. Yeah, that's the quick rundown. But my girlfriend is mostly the one who supports us, actually. Can you make beef Wellington? I do not know how to make beef Wellington. I've never made beef Wellington or even attempted to. Dude, yeah, that fair looks cool. I didn't even touch on it while I was looking at it just because I was telling other stories, but I'm excited. We'll definitely be checking that out either on or off stream. I'm assuming maybe tomorrow the fair is active and you can actually interact with it. And we will check it out then. I wish I could make beef Wellington. That's like Gordon Ramsay's like favorite. Pretty sure that's his favorite meal and like his favorite thing to make too. Man, you got a big house. What do you mean? It looks like, are you looking at old streams or like clips or something? You're seeing before I had this thing behind me. It looks nice, yes. It is very nice. My girlfriend and I are very fortunate to be able to be renting this place. Yes. But we do not own this house. We just rent. I did before this. You had a nice house before this? Oh, I looked at old clips. I understand. Yeah. Well, thanks for checking out some clips. I appreciate it. Did you have any feedback, good or bad? You know, I don't care. Oh. Nice. I wish I had... See, this is the perfect situation where if I had already purchased the guild charter, I could... Oh, wait, that's Helana. I didn't even realize it's you. Bro. I was like, there's a gnome behind me. I could ask them to join the guild, and then I looked behind and realized it's you. What's up? All right, let's see. Invite. How's it going? I'm doing good. I'm just heading over to the... What is this? Duskwood? Burning Steps. Or no. Yeah, the Burning Steps, I guess. Red Ridge. I don't know why I couldn't find the name of that. Let's keep going. What game is this called again? This is World of Warcraft Classic. You do Deadmines? No. I didn't. I don't know if you were watching the stream when this happened, but I went to the Deadmines. I joined the group to do Deadmines, and they said, we're going to run straight to the boss. I said, I'm bad at the game. I then aggroed too many mobs and got kicked from the team. So that was my Deadmines experience. We didn't even make it to the boss. Harsh. Yeah, I kind of lit him up a little bit in chat. Not like too much. I admit that I was the one who aggroed the mobs and they were mad that I kept aggroing the mobs. But listen, I'm a level 18. I was a level 18 at the time. There was a guy who was a level 24, and we had a level 60, and the level 60 was like telling everybody to just not do anything in the dungeon. And then we had like a level 15 priest. And I was like, there's no reason why we shouldn't still fight. Like, at least be like me and what do you call it? Me and the dwarf, who was a level 24. I gotta go later. Watch later. Bye. Well, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Yeah, there was no reason, like, me at a level 18 for that dungeon and the level 24 shouldn't have been, like, fighting some of the mobs, but they got mad that I aggroed mobs, and then the priest ended up dying, and so they kicked me out of the group. I'll watch you later, I promise, or try. Right on. Don't forget to follow. Hey. If not, that's okay. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Queso's Brig. Latest follow. I do appreciate it. We're trying to get that follower XP up. We're trying to get that WoW XP up. We're trying to get that life XP up. We're trying to get that comedy XP up. Let's see. I can turn in a quest to this man's.
Greetings.
I will receive.
Honor, friend.
Oh, I never turned in this quest, the Defias Brotherhood. Whoopsie. Kill 10 Redridge mongrels.
Light bless you.
Okay, what's this? Oh, this is just the Griffin Master. Hello.
Well met.
Thank you.
Farewell.
Or in the next town? You might be right. Let's see. I can't tell. I can't see it. There's too many quests in one area. Let's see. There's plenty of quests to pick up, though. What level are these quests? 16? Could have been here a little earlier, but they should still be good. Medium armor kit.
See you around.
Okay. Onslow's toolbox. Bring 10 battle-worn axes to Marshal Morris and Lakeshire.
Go with honor, friend.
So I need to find battle-worn axes. I'm assuming that's a... I don't know what you might call it, but a droppable item or a drop from people. Dude, there's so many quests all over the place.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
Pendants. Is there another quest in here? No. Oh, wait. Is there? No. Points over yonder. The sign. Oh. Kill Gathzog. Gathelzog. We can do that.
What can I do for you? See you later.
Oh. Dude. There's so many quests here. How much money did we get? Oh, quite a bit of gold from selling those stuff.
What can I do for you?
Fletcher.
Safe travels. Good day
Sorry,
to you.
it's taking me a little bit longer to get through talking to everybody. Put my hearth here for now. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, too.
Hey there.
Complete quest. Take Wiley's note to Grian Stout Mantle in Westfall. Okay. That I believe we can do. Oh, these are 26.
Greetings. For the Alliance.
Let's untrack these just because I don't think we'll be doing them for a little bit of time, but I feel like there's a lot of quests in this area, so we very easily could be getting close to like a level 26 where we could do that quest. Kill that guy. Okay. Now let's run out here where you were. Grab this quest. I think I got all the quests. Okay, I think there's... Oh, no, this is not a quest for me. There's one on this dock. I saw one on the dock earlier and assumed that it was this one. Oh, it's this kid over here. What do you have for me? You need a necklace? Okay. What is this? Oh. Hillary's necklace. All over in here. Potentially. Is it?
Help you find something?
I see one around here. Is it upstairs in this inn? I feel like it's gotta be in here. Whoa. Well, I'm stuck in the corner. Oh. Oh. I didn't see this person before.
Light be with you. Light bless you. Be careful.
Okay. Yeah, the quest says the necklace is in the lake somewhere. Yeah, I can see a bunch of the locations it might be. I'm just gonna run up the road here. There's to this other building. There's 2 more quests I haven't picked up. Dude, there's so many quests. We're gonna get so much XP. And then level 20, and then a mount. Let's go.
Hello.
Wants 5 pieces of tough condor meat. Free lunch.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Bouquet of scarlet begonias. Okay, I do think I have everything now. All the quests, so. I guess we'll go look in the lake. I wonder if it will sparkle or not. You find something? Oh, yeah. Found some glinting mud. Not sparkly. Okay. I wonder if it will spawn in the same location for me, or if it just like there's different ones. I don't know. We'll keep that location in mind. Just keep swimming. Oh, I see one.
I'm out of range.
All right. Let's get up for some air. All right. And then we got to kill Murloc people. I think these Hey guys, they have the spotted sunfish, I believe.
Send me back.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Come back up for some more air. No spotted sunfish, though.
I can't cast that yet.
Yo.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Perfect. That one looks like it's your loot. And then... Yo. Dive back under. Oh, I see a chest. Oslo's toolbox. So I reckon you'll probably need to pick this up too. I'm gonna just go up real quick and then come back down. Nice. Came back for you. Got it. I love how I can light them on fire underneath the water. Tiger's Eye. 100 on the greed roll. Damn. Careful. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like Thrasher. Burn, baby, burn.
I don't have a target.
Murloc Scout attempts to run away. Too bad. Alright, let's go up for breath. Okay. Murloc Fish Eater, you ain't shit. The spell is ready now. I think I'm gonna stay on, but I think I'm gonna end the stream here. So it's been a good stream. Thank you everybody for watching. I will be back tomorrow, and y'all know how it is. Scallybags out. Peace.